Have you ever chased something you thought would finally make you whole, only to feel the same emptiness return once it was yours? A bigger house, a shinier car, another digit in the bank account. For a moment it feels like victory, and then the hunger comes back. I've seen people who have almost nothing, yet they walk with a quiet smile, as if the world cannot touch them. And I've seen others who seem to hold everything, but their faces betray restlessness, anxiety, even anger at life itself. The difference isn't in fortune or circumstance, it's in the lens through which we choose to see. The Stoics knew this long before us. Peace is not in the hands of the world, it's in the mind that interprets the world. A storm may rage outside, yet within you can carry stillness. So the question becomes, how do we train our minds to see good even when things fall apart? That's the path we step onto now, through stories and insights that have outlived empires. Stay with me and let's walk it together. As we step into the first chapter, picture this. A man standing in front of his grand house, keys to his luxury car in his hand, yet his eyes restless, his spirit unsatisfied. He has gathered everything the world promised would bring him peace, and still he feels hollow. Then, in the same street, another man returns to a modest room, worn walls, a simple chair, but his face glows with a calm smile. The question strikes us. What is the difference? What does it truly take to be happy? Is it the house that touches the clouds? The car that gleams like fire in the sun? The bank account bursting with numbers? Since childhood, we are taught to chase what can be seen and displayed. Billboards scream it. Social media flaunts it. Conversations whisper it. Happiness is one more purchase away. Yet deep down, we sense the lie. Because if possessions truly secured joy, those with the most would be the most serene. But we know they are often restless, anxious, and quick to anger. Here's where the Stoics stand before us like old guides. They remind us that happiness built on possessions is happiness built on sand. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." The weight of those words echoes across centuries. What he meant is clear. Joy is not in what you own, but in how you regard what you own. Imagine the cycle that traps so many. The house once dreamed of becomes only walls. The car that once glittered loses its shine, its thrill dissolving into routine. Each new thing fades, and the hunger stirs again. The finish line keeps shifting. To run after it endlessly is not life, it is surrendering to an illusion. The Stoic way breaks the cycle. It does not demand rejection of all comfort, nor does it call for ascetic misery. Instead, it demands clarity. See possessions as indifferent, things that can be enjoyed but never worshipped. They may be in your hands, but they must never hold your heart. Because anything external can be stolen, burned, or lost in a single night. If your happiness depends on them, your peace is as fragile as they are. Seneca once reminded his students, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Consider the power in that line. A person with little but satisfied is richer than a king enslaved by desire, because the one who has mastered the appetite for more has freed himself. Think of a rainy day. Many curse the sky, complain about ruined plans, let gloom dictate their mood. Yet another man, walking under the same storm, finds peace in the rhythm of the drops, sees beauty in the grey light, and carries on with calm. The weather is the same, the response is not. Happiness, then, is not about what happens outside, but what you choose to see inside. So how do we practice this? The first step is awareness. Notice when your peace shifts because of something you cannot control, a delayed train, a disappointing word, a broken gadget. Ask, why does this disturb me? What power have I given it? The Stoics would say, reclaim that power. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." He knew that no storm, no market crash, no burned house could steal from a mind anchored in clarity. For even if stripped of everything, as long as you command your judgment, your integrity, your values, you stand unbroken. I recall the story of a craftsman who lost his workshop in a fire. Everything was gone. Tools, wood, the work of years. Neighbors gathered, expecting to see a man collapsed in grief. Yet he said calmly, "The fire took nothing of me. My hands remain, my skill remains. Tomorrow I begin again." That is Stoic wealth. Not what you store in barns, but what you store in yourself. This truth is simple, but it is not easy. It requires stepping off the treadmill of endless craving, refusing to measure worth against possessions or status. It calls us to practice gratitude, to pause each night and ask, what do I already hold that is enough? The laughter in a small house, the strength of a body that still walks, the freedom of thought. Gratitude transforms scarcity into abundance because it shifts the eye from what is missing to what is already full. And yet, do not mistake this for weakness. The Stoics were not cold ascetics who denied pleasure. They simply refused to become slaves to it. They enjoyed possessions but never bowed to them. They taught that true freedom is never hostage to a coin, a crowd, or a crown. So here is the choice. Continue on the path of endless desire, or step onto the Stoic path of clarity. The first leads to restlessness, the second to tranquility. One is slavery, the other is freedom. As we close this first step, let the question remain with you. What do you really need to be happy? Because perhaps right now you already have it. And if you see it clearly, you will walk lighter, freer, unshaken by the loss of what never truly belonged to you. Now, as we move forward, let us look not only at possessions, but at people. The contrast in how different souls meet the same world, and why some carry calm while others drown in chaos. This will lead us to the second lesson. Moving into the second chapter, picture two travelers standing at the same crossroads. The sky darkens, the storm begins, yet their faces reveal two different worlds. One meets the rain with a quiet smile, walking steadily, carrying his own calm. The other curses the sky, his spirit collapsing at the first drop. And so the same moment becomes two entirely different lives. Life is nothing but a series of moments, some bright, some heavy with cloud. What amazes me, and what the Stoics never tired of pointing out, is how two people can stand in the same storm and yet live completely different experiences. One glides through hardship, steady as a mountain. The other swings wildly, up when the sun shines, crushed when fortune turns. The difference is not in the weather, it is in the weather they carry inside. Now imagine this, your life tied to the calendar. Friday becomes the finish line of suffering. People count down hours until release, until laughter, until the permission to rest. Friday is joy. Then Monday arrives, and the collective groan begins. Oh God, it's Monday. Social media fills with complaints. The same life, the same people, but happiness is boxed up, rationed, granted only 2 days out of 7. What greater prison could there be than to surrender your spirit to a date on a page? The Stoics saw through this illusion. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think of the weight in those words. He does not say, "You control the sun or the storm, the Friday or the Monday." He says, "You control your response." That is freedom. That is the key. But let us look closer. How many times do we postpone joy, waiting for the perfect day, the perfect moment, the perfect set of circumstances? We tell ourselves, "When this ends, then I'll be happy. When this begins, then I'll breathe." And so we hand over our peace to fortune, waiting for life to arrange itself before we allow ourselves to feel good. That is not living. That is waiting to live. The rare few choose differently. They do not deny hardship. They do not pretend every day is paradise. Instead, they train their minds to see meaning even in difficulty. They carry their own weather. Whether rain or shine, success or setback, they decide what story the moment will tell. Their joy is not shallow. It is not luck. It is the fruit of discipline. Let me give you a picture. Two workers leave the same office on the same day. The train is delayed. One fumes, curses, and complains. His blood boils, his peace destroyed. The other sits calmly, opens a book, and takes the delay as a gift of time. The event is the same. The lives are not. The difference lies in choice. The world will always invite you to resentment. The habit of blaming circumstances is seductive. Traffic, setbacks, ruined plans, they all whisper, "Your peace is mine to steal." But the Stoic response is different. Pause. Ask, "Is this worth giving up my calm? What good might be hidden here if I have the courage to look?" Sometimes the answer is surprising. A delay becomes a chance to think. A disappointment becomes a lesson. Even pain becomes a teacher. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That strength is not loud. It does not shout. It stands like a flame in the wind, steady, unshaken, illuminating even the darkest corner. So what would it look like to live this way? Imagine waking up on Monday with the same calm as Friday. Not because life suddenly became easy, but because you decided that no day on the calendar owns your soul. Imagine meeting setbacks with clarity, not despair. This is not a life without pain. It is a life in which pain does not dictate who you are. That is freedom. And freedom is practice. The mind, like a muscle, grows with use. The more you choose your response, the easier it becomes to carry your own weather. At first it feels strange, even forced, but over time it becomes natural. Complaints lose their grip. Disappointments lose their sting. Life feels less like something happening to you and more like something you are shaping from within. I once met a woman who had lost her job. Her friends expected her to collapse in bitterness. Instead, she said, "I have been given a blank page. Now I will write something new." She found work again, but more than that, she found herself. She carried her own weather, and that weather nourished not only her, but those around her. Do not mistake this ability for being born lucky. No one is born with it. It is forged. Forged in reflection, forged in practice, forged in the decision to stop waiting for the world to change and to start changing the way we see the world. That is Stoicism in action. In the end, the difference between people is not how fortunate they are, not how smooth their road has been. The difference is in their response. Most wait for Fridays. The wise find sunlight every day. Most surrender their peace to the shifting winds of circumstance. The wise anchor themselves within. And this brings us to a deeper truth. If happiness is not found in possessions and not dictated by days or fortune, then why do so many of us still place our peace in the hands of others? Why do we wait for people, events, or the world to bend to us before we allow ourselves to rest? Entering the third chapter, we confront the hard illusion that keeps us trapped, the desperate attempt to control the outside world. Advancing to the third chapter, imagine a hand reaching desperately through the bars of a cage, stretching for a key that always hangs just out of reach. That is how many live, waiting for someone else or something else to finally unlock their peace. One of the most persistent illusions is this: if only the world around us would change, then I could finally rest. If my boss treated me fairly, if my parents stopped criticizing, if my partner listened better, then at last happiness would come. These thoughts feel harmless, even reasonable, but left unchallenged, they ferment into quiet misery. You've seen it. The worker who never stops complaining about the unfair manager, the child who waits for strict parents to soften, the spouse who clings to the hope that a partner's flaw will vanish with time. What ties them all together is a dangerous bargain, placing their peace in the hands of others. And in that bargain, they always lose. Here's where the Stoics cut through the haze. They say it plainly: control over the outer world is an illusion. Seneca warned that fortune plays with us like dice. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Epictetus went further. We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. These are not poetic lines. They are survival strategies for the soul. Now imagine the story of Emma and Daniel. Married, yet quietly at war. Emma convinced herself that her happiness depended on Daniel changing, his forgetfulness, his reluctance to share feelings, his way of ending arguments. Her heart carried a long list of grievances, repeated to friends, to family, and to herself. She thought, if only he would change, then I could be at peace. But one evening, after another argument dissolved into silence, Daniel said softly, Emma, if you truly want peace, try to accept what you cannot change. You can't change other people, not even the ones you love most. The words stung. They felt unfair. Why should she be the one to shift? Why should he not try harder? Yet the words lingered. Days later, Emma began to notice something unsettling. Much of her suffering did not come from Daniel's habits. It came from her struggle to control what she could never command. That is where Stoic wisdom comes alive. The only domain that belongs to us fully is ourselves, our thoughts, our judgments, our responses. Once Emma turned inward, something remarkable unfolded. The irritations lost their grip. She noticed her triggers, her expectations, the stories she told herself. Instead of demanding that Daniel change, she chose her response. She set boundaries. She practiced gratitude for what he did well. She shifted from blame to clarity. And Daniel, sensing this new calm, began to open too. Not because he was forced, not because she demanded, but because the atmosphere had changed. Emma's peace no longer depended on Daniel's perfection. It rose from her own mastery. This is Stoic power, not bending the world, but bending ourselves toward wisdom. Acceptance in this sense is not resignation. It is courage. It is saying, this is reality, not what I wish it to be. What can I do with what I have? How can I respond with dignity even if nothing outside changes? That question, asked sincerely, cuts chains. Consider the opposite path. When we ignore this truth, we spiral. We attempt to manipulate people, force outcomes, demand recognition. We tell ourselves, if they loved me, they would behave this way. If life were fair, this would not happen. And every time the world refuses to bend, our peace fractures. In this way, happiness becomes hostage to the moods, the actions, the whims of others. We become slaves not to tyrants, but to ordinary circumstances. The Stoics offer a higher way. No insult, no rejection, no twist of fortune can rule our spirit unless we give it permission. They call us back to our own agency. The less we fixate on the uncontrollable, the more power we reclaim. And in that power is freedom. Think of a sailor. He cannot calm the sea, he cannot command the wind, but he can adjust his sails. He can choose his course. That is Stoic living. Not a denial of storms, but a mastery of navigation. And so the call is this: stop waiting for the world to be different. Stop demanding that people deliver you peace. Peace is not out there. It is in here. In the way you see, the way you judge, the way you respond. Emma's story shows us what happens when this shift takes root. A home once tense became softer. Not perfect, not free of flaws, but grounded in acceptance. A life once full of resentment became lighter, calmer, freer. The circumstances had not transformed, the mind had. And so each of us must decide. Will we live as prisoners of other people's behavior, or will we embrace what Marcus Aurelius knew, that true strength begins when we master our own mind? At this stage, the lesson sharpens. If possessions cannot secure happiness, if fortune cannot dictate our mood, if even people cannot carry our peace for us, then where does true power reside? The answer lies in perspective itself, in the way we choose to see. And this leads us to the next truth, the power of attitude and perception. Entering the fourth chapter, imagine two men lying in the same hospital room, both chained to their beds, both aching for a glimpse of life beyond sterile walls. One lies near the window, the other too far to see. Each day, the man by the window paints pictures with words: sunlight spilling over a park, children chasing kites, lovers walking hand in hand, blossoms trembling in the breeze. For a moment, pain lifts, and both men breathe in beauty. But over time, the man without the view begins to sour. Gratitude fades, envy swells, and bitterness roots itself deeper than his illness. When his friend dies, he rushes to the window at last, only to find a blank brick wall. The view was never there. The freedom he longed for had been born not in sight, but in the other man's mind. Here's the truth we so often miss in the blur of life. Our attitude shapes our reality more than any circumstance ever could. A mind trained to see good can turn even a prison into a place of light. A mind shackled by envy can turn abundance into torment. This is not poetry. This is the hard law the Stoics lived by. Epictetus cut to the core. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Think of that. A storm rises. The same rain falls on two people. One curses. One finds rhythm in the drops. Same storm, different world. Our perception decides the story. The patient by the window did not deny his suffering. He did not pretend the walls weren't closing in. But he chose to focus on what beauty remained, however fragile or imagined. He turned emptiness into fullness. He lifted not only his own spirit, but his friends as well. The other man, swallowed by resentment, narrowed his world until it became a darker prison than his failing body. This is the dividing line between peace and despair. Seneca once warned that it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. The craving for different circumstances, a better view, a smoother road, robs us of the treasure that already sits before us. The man with the window lived rich, even while confined. The man without it lived poor, even when the gift of another's imagination was freely offered. Here's where we bring this home. How many times have we told ourselves, if only life were different, I could finally be content? If only the job, the body, the partner, the season were better. We wait for the world to change, as though joy were hidden outside our control. But the Stoics reveal the opposite. The world is never fully ours. What is ours, always, is the story we tell about it. Marcus Aurelius wrote in the quiet of his tent, leading armies and bearing the weight of empire. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, not riches, not power, not approval, thoughts. He faced war, plague, betrayal, and still returned to this truth. If the emperor needed it, so do we. Now imagine applying this when life corners you. The job falls apart, a relationship ends, the body weakens. What then? You ask, what can I learn here? Where is the seed of strength hidden in this soil of pain? What opportunity is wrapped inside this setback? These are not empty questions. They are chisels shaping the mind into resilience. I remember a man who lost his sight late in life. At first, he drowned in despair, certain his life had ended. But then he began to listen differently, to hear the cadence of voices, the subtleties of silence, the music in daily sound. I never really listened until I lost my eyes, he told me. His world narrowed, yet it expanded. His loss became his teacher. That is perspective turning pain into wisdom. The choice stands before each of us daily. Will we see through the lens of resentment or gratitude? Will we color our lives with despair or hope? The patient by the window carried his own sunlight. Nothing external granted it. Nothing external could take it away. That power belongs to each of us if we dare to claim it. So let us train our minds, not because every moment is good, but because the mind that chooses to see good creates good. A mind anchored in this practice discovers a freedom no fortune can grant, no misfortune can steal. It is a freedom stronger than walls, stronger than loss, stronger than time itself. If this message stirred something in you, leave just one word below: perspective. It may remind someone else that clarity is always possible. And if you want more of these Stoic reflections, subscribe, not out of routine, but as a quiet vow to keep training your mind. This is not the end of the journey. It is only the beginning. For once we grasp the power of attitude, we step into a deeper path, one where every storm, every silence, every struggle becomes a place to practice strength. And that is the path that never ends. We have walked through the truths that expose where happiness does not live, outside possessions, in fleeting moods, or in the shifting behavior of others. These truths clear the ground, but empty soil is not yet a garden. Once the illusions fall, the question rises. What do we build in their place? How do we take the wisdom of the Stoics and turn it into something we can hold, practice, and return to every single day? This is where philosophy leaves the page and enters the bloodstream, through habits, through discipline, through the steady training of the mind. And the first of these trainings begins with something so simple it is often overlooked: the art of gratitude. Now imagine this. You wake up in the morning, the room still dark, the air heavy with silence, and for a brief second your mind rushes to what is missing: the bills waiting, the noise of yesterday's argument, the ache of what you don't yet have. That moment, so small and so familiar, is where many lives are lost, because the mind that always reaches for what it lacks will never rest. Here's where gratitude enters not as a soft sentiment, but as a discipline. It is training. It is the daily sharpening of vision, so that your eyes fall not only on absence, but on presence, not only on wounds, but on the strength that carries them. Seneca wrote that nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart. He was not speaking of courtesy. He was pointing to survival. Gratitude, practiced, is how the mind breaks the chain of endless craving. Picture a soldier in winter, his cloak torn, his food scarce. The snow cuts his face, the night stretches endlessly. Yet he looks to the fire, however small, and says, "This is enough to warm me." Another soldier in the same camp curses the cold, curses the rations, curses the gods. Both endure the same frost. One finds a flame inside, the other is consumed by the storm. Gratitude is not about ignoring hardship. It is about deciding which fire will burn within you. The practice is simple, but not easy. Each night, write down 3 things you are grateful for. Do not search for grand victories. Look at the small: water that quenched you, a friend's brief word, the strength in your legs that carried you home. The mind, trained this way, begins to change. It notices light where once it only saw shadow. It begins to move slower, steadier, like a river that no longer floods with every storm. Marcus Aurelius, writing in the midst of war and plague, would remind himself of the gift of breath, of waking, of the chance to act in accordance with virtue. He did not wait for empires to stabilize or enemies to retreat before he found cause to give thanks. He found it in the bare fact of being alive. That is the discipline of gratitude. It is not reactive, it is chosen. Think of the farmer who walks the same field each season. One year the harvest is abundant, the next it is thin. If he only gives thanks when the field is full, his joy will always swing with fortune. But if he learns to give thanks even for the soil itself, for the rain that falls, for the labor of his own hands, then his gratitude cannot be taken away. For even in famine, he holds a harvest in his heart. What gratitude builds is not merely comfort, it builds resilience. When practiced daily, it becomes armor. The insult glances off. The delay loses its sting. The disappointment is seen not as theft, but as teacher, because the mind that is trained to count blessings becomes too strong to be broken by losses. This is not sentimentality, this is inner strategy. Epictetus, once a slave, later a teacher of emperors, understood this fully. He said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has. He had little, he suffered much, yet his words outlived kings." Why? Because gratitude is power. It takes what fortune gives and multiplies it by perspective. Let's return to the morning scene. The mind rushes toward what is missing, but with training, you stop, you take note. The bed beneath you, the air in your lungs, the chance to face another day. These may seem ordinary, yet they are extraordinary once seen clearly. Gratitude pulls the mind from the endless horizon of desire and plants it firmly in the present. It is here, not there, where peace begins. I once met a man who lost nearly everything. His business collapsed, his family scattered. Yet each morning he sat with his coffee and named aloud the few things that remained: the warmth of the cup in his hands, the quiet of dawn, the persistence of his own heartbeat. "I started with almost nothing," he said, "but the more I counted, the more I found." In time, he rebuilt not only his life, but his strength. Gratitude was his scaffolding. So this is the training. Each day, take inventory not of what is missing, but of what is present. Write it, speak it, hold it. The practice is humble, but its power is immense. Because when storms come, and they will, you will have built within yourself a steady flame, a flame that no wind can extinguish. The truth is simple, but it demands courage. Gratitude is not something you feel after life improves. It is something you practice so that life cannot break you. And once this habit roots itself deep, happiness ceases to be a condition of circumstance. It becomes a condition of choice. At this stage, a deeper strength emerges. Gratitude steadies the ground beneath us. But what about the storms that still rise above us? How do we meet adversity itself, not with resignation, but with transformation? That is the next lesson, the art of turning obstacles into opportunities. Moving into the next lesson, picture a road that suddenly splits, one path blocked by fallen trees, the other winding uphill into the unknown. Most people stop at the obstruction, curse their luck, and turn back defeated. A few look closer, step into the brambles, and find that the very barrier hides a new way forward. That is the difference between those who collapse under adversity and those who turn it into strength. Hardship is not rare. It is the rhythm of existence. We lose jobs. We lose people. We lose the illusion that life owes us smooth ground. Yet within each loss lies the raw material of resilience. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." To the untrained ear, this sounds impossible, but to a Stoic, it is the map. Consider a man whose business fails. He can drown in bitterness, replaying the unfairness of fortune. Or he can look at the ashes and see what they offer, the discipline he lacked, the lessons in humility, the chance to rebuild with clearer eyes. One choice chains him to despair. The other forges him into someone unbreakable. The failure does not disappear, but it is transformed. The Stoics never denied pain. They never painted hardship as pleasant. What they demanded was courage. The courage to face life squarely and to insist that even here, in disappointment, in rejection, in loss, there is something to be gained. Seneca, who knew exile and loss, said, "Fire tests gold, adversity tests the brave. The world will test you." The question is not whether trials will come, but what kind of person they will leave behind. Imagine a blacksmith's forge. The hammer falls, the fire roars, the metal bends and groans. In that violence, strength is born. Without fire, no sword. Without adversity, no soul hardened against despair. Life strikes us and we decide, do we break or do we shape? There is a story of a young woman who trained for years to run a marathon. On the morning of the race, a storm broke over the city. Many withdrew, disappointed, unwilling to run through wind and rain. She ran anyway. Each drop stung her face. Each gust slowed her pace. She crossed the line drenched, exhausted, but triumphant. Later she said, "It was not the race I prepared for. It was better, because now I know I can endure anything." The storm had given her more than a medal. It had given her proof of herself. That is the Stoic art. Not to wait for perfect conditions, but to use imperfect ones as training. Each insult is a chance to practice restraint. Each failure is a chance to practice humility. Each delay is a chance to practice patience. The world provides the gymnasium, and adversity is the weight that strengthens the soul. Epictetus, born a slave and crippled by injury, could have surrendered to bitterness. Instead, he taught emperors that freedom lies not in circumstance, but in response. His life itself was the lesson. The body may be broken, the fortune small, but the mind that seizes meaning is untouchable. He turned chains into a classroom. Here's the sharp truth. Adversity will not ask for your permission. It arrives uninvited, sometimes cruel, often sudden. You cannot bar the door, but you can decide how to meet it. To curse it is to waste it. To face it is to transform it. Every difficulty is a teacher. The Stoic trains himself to ask not, "Why me?" but "What can this forge in me?" That question turns stumbling blocks into stepping stones. Think of your own life, the setbacks that once felt like endings. How many of them became turning points? The heartbreak that forced you to grow, the loss that stripped away illusion, the disappointment that redirected you to a better path. At the time, pain blinded you. Looking back, you see the gift. The Stoic does not wait for hindsight. He searches for the gift now, in the heat of the moment. That is mastery. This is not easy. The world will tempt you with resentment. It will whisper that you are unlucky, that others have it easier, that you should give up. But every time you refuse that whisper, you grow stronger. Strength is not built in comfort. It is built in fire. So when the storm comes, and it will, stand in it. Do not ask for escape. Ask for endurance. Do not ask for ease. Ask for wisdom. Let the difficulty carve you into someone who cannot be shaken. That is the victory adversity offers, if you have the courage to claim it. And once you understand this, another question rises. If hardship can be transformed into fuel, what about freedom itself? How do we protect the one domain that can never be taken from us, the mastery of our own mind? That is the step ahead, the building of inner freedom through self-mastery. Here's where the journey sharpens. We've spoken of seeing through illusions, of turning obstacles into strength, but none of it holds unless you master yourself. Because the greatest prison is not chains or walls, it is a mind ruled by impulse. Now, imagine a man insulted in the street. His blood rises, his face burns, words leap to his lips like arrows ready to fly. In that instant, who controls him? Not himself, but the one who insulted him. A single comment turns his peace into ashes. This is what happens when we surrender mastery. We become puppets, our strings pulled by anyone who knows which words to say. The Stoics called us to cut those strings, to live free, not because fortune is kind, but because the soul is disciplined. Epictetus warned, "No man is free who is not master of himself." These are not lofty words, they are iron laws. Without self-mastery, freedom is an illusion. Think of the archer. He cannot control the wind, but he can control his aim. He can steady his breath, strengthen his arm, discipline his release. The wind may still deflect the arrow, but the discipline makes him unshaken. Life is the same. Challenges will always come. Strength is in how firmly we choose to stand. I knew a man who lost his temper at the smallest slight. A delayed meal, a careless driver, a minor mistake at work, and his anger flared. Days were ruined, relationships strained. He thought he was strong because his voice was loud, but in truth, he was weak, because anyone, even a stranger, could steal his calm with a gesture. Over time, he realized this. Strength is not in the shout, but in the silence you choose. That shift changed him. His voice became rarer, but heavier when used. His life grew calmer, yet stronger. Marcus Aurelius trained himself daily in this way. He would remind himself each morning, "Today I will meet the rude, the arrogant, the deceitful." yet they cannot harm me, for my mind is mine. He knew that no emperor, no soldier, no enemy had greater power than his own unchecked emotions, and so he built a fortress within. Self-mastery is not cold detachment. It is the warmth of control. It is the ability to feel without being drowned, to act without being driven. The Stoics never asked us to kill emotion. They asked us to govern it, to hold the reins, to guide the wild horse rather than be dragged behind it. Picture the sailor steering his ship through storm. The waves crash, the mast groans, the sea tries to swallow him whole. He does not command the storm. He commands himself, his hands firm on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. That is self-mastery, not victory over the sea, but victory over fear. Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." And bravery here is not charging into battle. It is standing firm when every instinct screams to run. It is holding peace when anger begs for release. It is choosing virtue when indulgence tempts with ease. Every time you choose mastery, you carve freedom deeper into your soul. This practice begins in the smallest places. The craving for another indulgence, the itch to respond to every insult, the restless need to control every outcome. Each is a battlefield. Each is a chance to train. One victory at a time, the mind learns discipline, and with discipline comes freedom. There was once a philosopher who was mocked openly by a crowd. Instead of lashing out, he smiled and said, "You speak of what you see, but I know what you do not." He meant this: their words touched only the surface, not his core. His mastery gave him armor no insult could pierce. That armor was not built in a day. It was forged in countless moments of restraint, practice, and reflection. The world will always test you. It will press your buttons, tug at your nerves, try to bend your will. Every delay, every insult, every disappointment is an invitation. Will you react or will you respond? Will you be ruled or will you rule yourself? Freedom is not given by laws or rulers. Freedom begins in the mind that refuses to be a slave to impulse. A person who owns themselves cannot be owned by anything else. This is the heart of Stoic mastery. The recognition that the highest throne is not in palaces, but in the soul that governs itself. And so we arrive at the edge of something greater. Gratitude steadies us. Adversity trains us. Self-mastery frees us. But freedom alone is not enough. For a life to hold meaning, it must be guided by vision. The question becomes, once you are free inside, what will you live for? That is where the path leads next, into the power of living with a vision beyond circumstances. At this stage, picture a man standing in the heart of a marketplace, the air thick with noise, merchants shouting, coins clattering, voices pulling him in every direction. Each call demands his loyalty, his money, his time. If he listens to every cry, he's scattered like dust in the wind. But if he holds a vision higher than the noise, a direction clear and unwavering, he walks steady, each step deliberate. This is what it means to live not by accident, but by choice. From here, the question becomes sharper. What sustains you when the ground shifts beneath your feet? Possessions crumble, moods change, people disappoint, and yet something in you must remain. Without vision, you are a leaf tossed by the storm, waiting for favorable winds. With vision, even the storm itself bends to your purpose. The Stoics spoke of this constantly. A man who lives only for today's comfort is always at the mercy of fortune. But a man who lives by principle, by values, set like stars in the night sky, carries freedom wherever he goes. Marcus Aurelius, clothed in imperial power, reminded himself in his meditations, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. His vision was not tied to thrones or armies. It was anchored in virtue, justice, wisdom, courage, temperance. Thrones can fall, empires can fade, vision endures. Now imagine Epictetus, born a slave, his leg crippled, his possessions almost nothing. And yet his teachings outlived emperors. Why? Because he carried a vision greater than circumstance, freedom through philosophy, freedom through mastery of the soul. He proved that vision is not what rests in your hands, but what you carry in your heart. Think of the craftsman. Without a plan, he hammers wood at random, nails where he pleases, and the structure collapses. Another begins with a blueprint, a vision of the final form. Even when storms delay him, the building rises. Life is the same. Without vision, our days scatter into fragments. With vision, even setbacks align toward a purpose. What does vision demand of us? First, clarity. What do you stand for when comfort deserts you? Which virtues anchor you when fortune turns away? Living with vision is choosing values so deeply rooted they command you in silence. When insulted, you return to patience. When tempted, you return to discipline. When praised, you return to humility. These values become your compass, your inner north. Seneca wrote, "If a man knows not which port he sails to, no wind is favorable. Most people live waiting for calm seas. The wise choose their port first. Then, whether the winds howl or rest, they move forward. Vision transforms every current into momentum." I once knew a teacher whose school shut down, doors closed without warning. Many wept. Many cursed the injustice. She smiled and said, "I was never here for the building. I was here for the children. Wherever they are, I will teach." And she did, under trees, in borrowed rooms, in living rooms. Her vision was not tied to walls, but to her purpose. And because of that, she could not be stopped. Living with vision does not erase difficulty, it reframes it. Pain becomes a chapter, not the whole story. Failure becomes a teacher, not a verdict. The man without vision is crushed by burdens that the man with vision carries as training. Vision does not make the burden lighter, it makes the carrier stronger. And this is where many confuse the path. Goals are not vision. Goals end once achieved. Vision endures, shaping each goal and each step. To seek wealth as a goal is to remain enslaved to fortune. To live with integrity as vision is to find wealth in every act of honesty, whether coins arrive or not. Marcus Aurelius lived in palaces, yet reminded himself of simplicity, of nature, of life stripped of excess. He knew emperors die as surely as beggars. His vision carried him beyond praise, beyond fear, beyond circumstance. And that vision speaks across centuries, a voice louder than marble halls. So ask yourself, when all is stripped away, what remains? What values will stand with you when the room is empty, when fortune turns against you, when time grows short? That answer is your vision. Hold it close, live by it daily, and you will walk steady, unshaken, anchored in something untouchable. As this vision deepens, the circle closes. Gratitude trains you to see abundance. Adversity trains you to turn pain into power. Self-mastery trains you to hold freedom. Vision trains you to aim that freedom toward what matters most. Together, they form not just an idea, but a way of life. What the Stoics called philosophy, not a subject for study, but a practice to be lived. From here, the truth becomes whole. The goal is not to escape hardship, nor to wait for the world to ease. The goal is to train the mind to see good in all things, to draw strength from what crushes others, and to build a life no storm can undo. And when that life is lived, it becomes the true fortress of peace, the kind no hand and no fate can ever take away. Stoic philosophy offers us a compass for every path we walk. It reminds us again and again that joy and sorrow are not carved by fortune, but by the way we choose to see. Life will shift without warning, storms will rise, fortune will bless and betray. Yet the meaning of it all does not rest in what happens, but in the mind that interprets it. Think of the storms that have already passed through your life. Nights when sleep would not come because the weight of loss pressed too heavy. Days when disappointment stole the color from everything around you. Some people break in those moments, convinced they cannot endure. Others step out of the same storms with new strength, tempered like iron, carrying a calm they never knew before. The difference is not in what the world delivered, but in the way they chose to meet it. When you train your mind to see the good, even hardship changes its face. A delay that once filled you with anger becomes a pause that grants reflection. A setback that once felt final becomes a teacher pointing you toward a better road. Even pain, though sharp, can remind you of what matters most, and the smallest details of life begin to glow again. The warmth of a beam of sunlight, the sound of a friend's voice, the simple rhythm of your own breath telling you that you are still alive, still capable of choice, still free to find meaning. This discipline is not denial of reality. It is not pretending everything is easy. It is something greater. It is the courage to transform pain into wisdom, to turn loss into perspective, to carry your own flame even when the night grows long. Marcus Aurelius said that the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. He wrote this while burdened with armies, betrayals, and grief. If he could anchor himself in clarity under such weight, then so can we in our daily trials. Gratitude is the doorway to this strength. To see what remains instead of staring only at what is gone. To thank life not just for blessings but also for tests, for even hardship sharpens us. Seneca said it clearly, "It is not the man who has too little who is poor, but the man who forever craves more." Gratitude cuts that craving. It steadies the heart. It roots the mind in sufficiency. Carry this practice with you. Circumstances will shift again and again. Some days will bring ease, others will test every part of you. But you always hold the freedom to choose your response. Clarity instead of confusion. Calm instead of chaos. Gratitude instead of resentment. That choice is your true wealth. That choice is your peace. If these words touched something within you, anchor it with one word in the comments. Write calm. Write strength. Write light. Just one word is enough to remind you of the path you are choosing, and it may give another person the courage to choose it too. And if you wish to keep strengthening this practice day by day, subscribe as a quiet promise to yourself, not out of routine, but out of the desire to keep training the mind that carries you through any storm. Life will never remove storms. Shadows will never vanish completely, but you are not helpless. You are more than the rise and fall of fortune. You are the one who decides what each moment will mean. Carry your own sunlight within. Walk steady, walk free, unshaken no matter what comes. And remember, this is not an ending but a beginning. The next lesson waits to sharpen your vision and strengthen your soul. Step into it with courage. The journey continues, and you are ready. You did not find your way to this moment by chance. As the noise of the world grows louder and the new year looms like another blank page waiting to be filled, Something deeper inside you has begun to stir. It's not urgency, it's not panic, it's a quiet realization, a feeling that this time something must truly change, not the surface, not the habits, but the foundation. You're not just tired of being distracted or overwhelmed, you're tired of being at war with yourself. And that's where this moment meets you, not as a motivational high, but as a return. A return to the part of you that wants stillness, that craves clarity, that remembers what it means to feel whole. The Stoics believed that the answers we seek aren't out there, not in status, not in chaos, not in someone else's approval, but in how we choose to respond to life itself. They didn't chase freedom, they practiced it one breath at a time. And if that resonates, if you're ready to walk a path of strength, reason, and quiet power, please subscribe. For you, let this be your first act of commitment to a life lived deliberately, one step closer to becoming the person you were meant to be. Most people wait for the collapse before they listen. They wait until the walls of their life begin to shake, until the job falls apart, the relationship disintegrates, the motivation disappears. Then they scramble for answers. But the signs were always there, quiet, subtle, ignored. That restlessness you feel when you're doing everything right but still feel wrong inside. That's the first tremor. That constant loop of anxious thoughts, even when nothing's technically going wrong. That's the second. These are not random discomforts. They are warnings from the soul, signals that you've been living outwardly successful but inwardly disconnected. The real earthquake never starts in your schedule. It starts in your perception. You've been so busy reacting that you forgot what it means to respond with intention. Each day you move through without reflection, each emotion you obey without understanding, each decision made out of pressure instead of principle. These are the silent fractures, and eventually they split everything wide open. It's easy to blame the world for the chaos, the deadlines, the noise, the expectations. But look closely. It's not the world that spins you into distress. It's your unawareness of your own mind. You've given up authorship and settled for reaction. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet most people never question their reaction at all. They feel anger and speak without pause. They feel afraid and run. They feel tired and quit. No pause, no filter, no thought, just instinct. But you're not an animal. You're not a machine. You're a thinking being, a soul with depth. And depth requires reflection. Every transformation begins at the same moment. The moment you stop saying, "I don't know why I do this," and start asking, "What am I choosing to ignore?" That's where awareness lives. It doesn't arrive with a bang. It's quiet. It's the moment you look at a routine and realize it's just repetition, not purpose. It's when you feel anxiety, not as a punishment, but as a message. Your mind trying to wake you up. You don't need to burn your life down to change it. You need to stop sleepwalking through it. When you live in reaction, every minor disruption becomes a crisis. One email ruins your mood. One glance makes you question your worth. One mistake makes you spiral. It's not because life is cruel. It's because you haven't learned to return to yourself. That's the thing Stoicism teaches better than anything else. Your mind is your home, and when you don't clean it, anything from outside can take over. You cannot control the winds of the world, but you can build walls around your inner fortress. The earthquake isn't trying to destroy you. It's trying to expose what you've built on unstable ground, and what collapses under pressure was never strong enough to hold you in the first place. Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's the truth most people avoid. They don't want to admit that their suffering is often rooted in their own blindness, because that would mean they're not victims. It would mean they're responsible. But responsibility is not blame, it's freedom. When you realize that you've been living in patterns you never questioned, you stop chasing new outcomes with old behavior. You pause, you reflect, and slowly you shift. Awareness is the birthplace of all change, but it's also uncomfortable. It forces you to stop pretending. You'll see how much of your day is driven by fear, fear of missing out, fear of falling behind, fear of not being enough. You'll see how much you've confused busyness with purpose, how many things you do, not because they matter, but because they distract you from what does. That confrontation can feel like a breakdown, but it's not. It's a breakthrough, because only when the false self begins to unravel can the real self step forward. This is why 2026 has to be different. Not louder, not faster, not more goals and resolutions layered on top of a cracked foundation, but deeper, more honest, rooted. You are not here to perform a new version of the same identity. You are here to return to the truth beneath the noise. The inner earthquake doesn't come to destroy your life. It comes to show you where you've been living without presence, where you've made comfort more important than growth, where you've allowed the loudness of the world to drown out the wisdom of your own soul. And when you choose to meet that disruption with awareness instead of panic, with reason instead of reaction, everything changes. Not because the world gets easier, but because you get clearer, stronger, quieter inside. And from that quiet, you don't just survive life, you begin to shape it. So the question is no longer, how do I stop the earthquake? The question is, what have I been building on unstable ground? Because once you see it, you can rebuild. Once you feel it, you can listen. And once you decide to wake up, you'll never go back to sleep. Not because it's easy, but because the alternative, the numb repetition of unconscious existence, is no longer bearable. Growth begins the moment you stop running from your own tremors and start walking directly into their source. It begins now. There's a place inside you that doesn't move when the world does. It doesn't tremble when someone criticizes you. It doesn't collapse when plans fall apart, and it doesn't beg for approval to feel whole. The Stoics called it the inner citadel, not because it was a fantasy or an idea, but because it was real, alive, and always present. Somewhere along the way, you stopped visiting it. Life pulled you outside of yourself. It wrapped you in conversations, obligations, identities. You started to believe that your peace was something you had to earn, fight for, or be granted by the people around you. But the truth is, peace was never out there to begin with. It's been locked away, not because it was stolen, but because you stopped remembering where the door was. Every moment of panic you felt, the shallow breathing, the racing thoughts, the way your body tightens before your mind even knows why, it all stems from the same belief that the world can reach into your chest and control what lives there. That someone's words, someone's silence, someone's rejection can break the foundation of who you are. But it can't. It only feels that way when you're disconnected from your own center, when your self-worth has drifted so far into the hands of others that you forget who truly holds the keys. The fortress isn't built of stone. It's built of stillness. It's not defended by walls, but by awareness. The more you remember that, the less you'll flinch every time life pushes back. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." And that's the trap most fall into. You don't need chaos to feel overwhelmed. You only need to think in chaos. You don't need real threats to feel fear. You only need to believe the voice in your head when it tells you that you're not safe, not enough, not in control. That voice doesn't come from your citadel. It comes from everything you've absorbed from the outside. The world taught you to compare, to rush, to win approval, to prove your worth. But your inner fortress never asked you to perform. It only asks you to return. There's a strange kind of suffering that happens when you try to fix what isn't broken. You search for validation, try to be more productive, push yourself to be better, thinking peace will follow. But peace isn't the reward for self-criticism, it's the byproduct of self-trust. You don't gain strength by adding more. You gain it by stripping away everything that never belonged to you in the first place. That's what the fortress offers, a space untouched by the outside world. No matter how loud life gets, it can't reach what's rooted in stillness. Most people believe they'll finally be at peace when the noise stops, when the world softens, when people treat them better, when things go their way. But that's a fragile peace. It lasts only as long as your conditions are met. And when they're not, when someone misunderstands you, when the future changes suddenly, when you're left standing in the wreckage of what you thought was certain, what then? The fortress is not about escaping life, it's about being unshaken by it. Because once you remember how to sit inside your own presence, nothing outside of you can control what happens next. You don't rebuild this fortress by force. You return to it in silence, in honesty, in moments when you tell yourself the truth, even when it hurts. You remember that you are not what others see in you. You are not your status, not your income, not your mistakes. You are not even the thoughts you've grown used to believing. You are the awareness behind them, the observer who gets to choose what stays and what goes. Seneca once said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." And maybe that's what this moment is for. Not to avoid discomfort, but to remember that it cannot break you, not unless you forget who you are. Every emotion that disturbs you is asking the same question. Have you left the fortress? When you feel anxious, you've begun measuring yourself against something outside of your control. When you feel angry, you've placed your calm in someone else's hands. When you feel desperate, you've tied your peace to an outcome. That's not weakness, that's forgetting. And the antidote isn't to win more, it's to come back to yourself, to realize that the door to your calm has always been open, but you've been knocking on everyone else's. There is no amount of success, attention, or certainty that can replace the power of being centered. And when you return to that inner citadel, you don't become cold, you become clear. You don't reject the world, you walk through it differently. You speak with less urgency. You respond instead of reacting. You protect your time, your focus, your values. Not with aggression, but with quiet strength. Because now you remember what belongs to you and what never did. Aristotle said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." But it's not just knowing your name, your job, or your history. It's knowing the part of you that cannot be touched by loss. The part that doesn't rise and fall with the applause. The part that remains when everything else changes. That's the version of you the fortress holds. And the more you meet that version, the less dependent you become on circumstances lining up perfectly. Carl Jung described the self as a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. The fortress in this way is not a place to hide, it's a way to live. To move through the world while still being rooted in something deeper. To hold joy without clinging. To feel sorrow without crumbling. To be praised without pride. To be rejected without shame. It is not indifference, it is internal order. And that is rare. That is powerful. You won't be reminded often to go there. The world will pull at you endlessly, seduce you into reactivity, distract you with performance. That's why you must remind yourself. When you wake up, when you lose focus, when someone's words start echoing too loudly, pause. Ask yourself, have I left the fortress? And then choose to return. Not through escape, but through presence, through breath, through letting go of what is not yours to carry. The fortress is not a fantasy, it is your birthright, but it must be remembered, maintained, and walked into daily. The storm can rage, the winds can scream, but when your foundation is within, you are no longer pulled in every direction. You don't need everything to be calm. You just need to remember where calm truly lives. And it's here, always, waiting for you to come back. Most people spend their entire lives trying to fix what was never theirs to control. They rearrange their days around unpredictable outcomes, obsess over how they're perceived, and cling to the belief that peace will come when everything outside finally settles. But life doesn't work that way, and deep down, you already know it. You've felt it every time you tried to control someone's opinion and ended up exhausted. Every time you planned the perfect future and watched it collapse. Every time you gave your energy to things that never once asked for your permission. There's a quiet kind of suffering that grows from the illusion of control, because no matter how tightly you grip, the world still moves the way it wants to. But here's the truth that sets everything straight. Control is not a feeling, it's a choice. And it's not about the world, it's about you. You don't get to choose what happens. You don't get to guarantee outcomes or lock down the behavior of others. But you do get to choose how you respond. You get to decide what kind of person you'll be in the face of uncertainty. That choice might not feel as powerful as dominating your environment, but it's the only kind of power that can't be taken from you. That's what the Stoics called the dichotomy of control, the difference between what is yours and what is not. And once you learn to live by that line, everything becomes clearer. Think about how much energy you've poured into trying to control what's unchangeable. The missed calls, the silence, the job you didn't get, the person who didn't understand you. You analyze, you overthink, you brace for the worst, all to feel prepared. But worry is not preparation, it's just resistance dressed up as strategy. And it drains you. What if all that effort could be reclaimed and redirected toward what you actually can shape? Your thinking, your intentions, your character. Imagine the strength you'd build if you stopped trying to bend the world and instead learned to stand calmly within it. And they do pass. Every emotion, every high, every panic. It comes and goes. But your choices, those remain. How you carry yourself when someone disappoints you, how you speak when anger rises, how you move forward when plans fall through. These are your domain. They shape your life more than anything you can't control ever will. The Stoics never promised ease. They promised clarity, because with clarity, you stop wasting your strength on storms you were never meant to stop. Seneca reminded us that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And if you look closely, most of your suffering hasn't come from events themselves, but from your resistance to them. You thought control meant changing the outcome, but real control is about changing the interpretation. The moment you stop needing everything to go your way is the moment you start to experience true peace. Not because life gets easier, but because your mind becomes steady. So many people confuse control with tension. They think being in control means being on edge, ready to correct, to fix, to anticipate. But that's not control. That's fear. And fear makes you reactive. It tricks you into believing that effort equals certainty. But the Stoic doesn't live for certainty. The Stoic lives for alignment, with reason, with virtue, with what can be known and chosen. When you align with what's in your power, you stop reacting to everything else. And you find a strange kind of calm that can't be touched by praise, by blame, or by chaos. There's a deep kind of relief that comes when you finally stop trying to manage the uncontrollable. when you stop checking your worth against someone else's behavior, when you stop trying to script conversations or chase outcomes, when you simply do your part, fully, honestly, with intention, and let go of the rest. That's not passive, that's mastery. It takes strength to focus only on your side of the equation. It takes clarity to let the world spin while you remain still. That stillness is not detachment, it's not indifference, it's wisdom. Epictetus said it plainly: freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. That kind of freedom doesn't feel like force. It feels like breath, like room in your chest, like space in your mind. When you no longer carry the burden of outcomes, you begin to walk differently. You make decisions not out of desperation, but from clarity. You speak not to control how others hear you, but to reflect your own integrity. You give without strings. You let go without panic. You live without needing to grip everything so tightly. The world will keep moving. People will still misunderstand you. Things will break, shift, surprise you. That doesn't change. But what can change, what must change, is your relationship to all of it. You're not here to micromanage life. You're here to show up in your role, to do your part, to act with intention. Then release. Not because it doesn't matter, but because that's where your responsibility ends and real power begins. Even Aristotle, long before modern psychology echoed the idea, emphasized the importance of voluntary action. He believed that virtue lies in choice, not in emotion, not in reaction, but in deliberate, intentional movement. So the question isn't, can I control this? It's, is this mine to control at all? And if it's not, then it's not yours to suffer over either. When you understand this, you start to protect your peace like you protect your time. You don't give it away to people's opinions. You don't offer it up to news cycles, to market swings, to someone else's emotional weather. You learn to say, this is not mine, and you leave it. That's not avoidance, that's clarity. And clarity builds peace, not the temporary kind, but the kind that lives under your skin, that holds you steady when everything else moves. In a world obsessed with outcomes, you'll look different, calmer, less reactive, harder to shake. People might even misunderstand your calm as not caring, but you'll know the truth. You're not detached, you're focused. You're not cold, you're clear. You've simply stopped giving away the most valuable thing you have, your response, to things that never deserved it. Control is not something you find, it's something you choose. And the more you practice choosing what's yours, the more powerful you become. Not because you can manipulate the world, but because the world no longer manipulates you. That's the kind of strength no one sees coming, the kind that isn't loud, but changes everything, starting with you. You've probably felt it, like life is pressing back against every step you take. No matter how hard you plan, push, or prepare, something always veers off course. Delays, detours, disappointments. You brace yourself, you try harder, and still, nothing seems to bend the way you want it to. So you push again. You overthink, you control, and slowly, without realizing it, you become the one turning peace into a battlefield. But life is not something to overpower. It's not something to dominate into stillness. It's a river, and rivers don't yield to force. Most people aren't tired because they've been moving too fast. They're tired because they've been resisting everything that moves. They're exhausted not from effort, but from friction, from trying to rewrite what already is. You can feel it when you're in that state. Every little inconvenience feels like an insult. Every challenge becomes personal. But the truth is, life isn't attacking you, it's just flowing. And if you keep trying to stand still in the middle of that current, it's going to pull you under. Not because it's cruel, but because that's what rivers do when you try to control their direction. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. That's the misconception. People hear acceptance and think weakness, but acceptance is strategy. Letting go is not about sitting down and doing nothing. It's about choosing not to waste energy on what can't be changed. That's strength. That's clarity. That's where your real power starts to show. Because when you stop trying to fight the current, you learn how to navigate it, how to use it, how to move with it instead of constantly against it. There's a certain grace in learning to pivot instead of push, in recognizing when it's not the plan that needs more effort, but the mindset that needs to shift. You don't always need a better method. Sometimes you just need to stop demanding that life match your expectations. The Stoics didn't believe in passivity. They believed in precision, in seeing what is, not what you hoped it would be. It's easy to get caught in the illusion that control equals safety. But if that were true, the most controlling people would be the most at peace, and we both know that's rarely the case. Control doesn't quiet the mind, it agitates it, because it places your peace in things that were never meant to be predictable. The market, the weather, someone else's behavior, a timeline that won't cooperate. And every time you demand that these things stay still for your comfort, you hand your well-being over to chaos. That's not strength, that's dependency. What you need isn't to stop the river, it's to understand its flow. Some days that means adjusting, other days it means pausing, and sometimes it means letting go of the very thing you thought you needed. That's not failure, that's movement, forward, adaptive, intelligent. Carl Jung once wrote, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." That's the truth we all run from. The more you resist a situation, the more power it gains over you. But the moment you release the need to fight, the thing that felt so overwhelming suddenly shrinks. Not because it changed, but because your relationship to it did. You've probably seen it in your own life. The conversation you dreaded but finally had, and realized it wasn't as catastrophic as you feared. The job you lost that opened a door you never would have considered. The plan that failed but made space for something better. Those moments didn't come from force. They came from trust. Not blind trust in fate, but trust in your ability to respond to whatever comes. That's what navigating the river means. Not floating aimlessly, but guiding yourself with presence, not panic. You start to realize that every time life doesn't go your way, it's not necessarily going the wrong way. You just don't see the full picture yet. And that's okay. You're not supposed to. You're here to engage with what's in front of you, not to control what's ahead. That distinction changes everything. It lifts the weight you've been carrying. The need to predict, to force, to manipulate outcomes. It doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care smarter. You move wiser. You adapt faster. Because your peace is no longer held hostage by the need for life to follow your script. Epictetus reminded us that events are neutral. What changes their impact is our judgment. So the flood isn't the enemy. The twist in the current isn't failure. It's just movement. And your strength lies in how you meet that movement. Will you tense up and sink? Or will you learn to float, to breathe, to adjust your course and keep going? Even Plato in his own way spoke of this adaptability. He believed that the soul becomes wise not through force, but through recognition of patterns, of truths, of alignment with what is. Wisdom is not rigidity, it's flexibility with purpose. And when you cultivate that kind of internal flexibility, nothing breaks you. You bend, you shift, you stay whole. So if you've been feeling worn down, tired from trying to hold everything together, it might not be because you're weak. It might be because you're still trying to stop a river with your bare hands. And maybe it's time to stop gripping and start gliding. Maybe it's time to let go, not in surrender, but in strategy. To move with the flow, not against it. Because what you resist will wear you out. But what you engage with, what you learn to ride, to navigate, That's what turns you into someone unshakable. This year is not asking you to fight harder. It's asking you to move smarter, to stop demanding that everything bend to your will and start noticing how much easier life becomes when you work with its rhythms instead of against them. That's not giving up, that's growing up. It's trading control for clarity, panic for presence, resistance for direction. Let go. Not because you don't care, but because your energy is too valuable to waste on a fight that doesn't lead anywhere. Let go so you can finally move. Most people wait for perfect conditions to feel okay. They wait for the sun to come out, for the wind to settle, for life to hand them the ideal moment before they act, grow, or breathe again. But life doesn't work like that. The weather changes. Sometimes it rains when you need light. Sometimes the storm lingers far longer than you thought you could endure. But still, you're not powerless. Because your power was never in controlling the sky. It was in how you tended the ground beneath your feet. Think of your mind as soil. It holds the potential for everything. Growth, beauty, strength, but also decay. Neglect it, and it doesn't stay neutral. It grows whatever is planted, intentionally or not. That's where most people go wrong. They wait, they get distracted, and while they're looking up at the sky, wondering when life will be easier, the weeds start creeping in. Quietly, subtly. Thoughts of doubt, habits of avoidance, small fears that grow roots. And before long they wake up in a garden they don't recognize, a life that doesn't reflect who they truly are. But here's the truth. You don't need perfect weather to grow something beautiful. What you need is daily care. You need to notice what's growing and ask yourself if you put it there. You need to remove what doesn't belong, not with force or frustration, but with presence. The mind is not a battlefield, it's a garden, and even when it's been neglected, it will respond to care. That's the miracle of it. No matter how overgrown it gets, it can still be restored if you start today. So ask yourself, what are you watering? What are you feeding daily? Every repeated thought is a seed. Every habit is water. Every ignored emotion is a root system forming quietly beneath the surface. And just because you can't see the damage immediately doesn't mean it isn't happening. Over time, neglected thoughts become patterns, patterns become identity, and identity becomes fate. But fate isn't fixed. It's just a result of what you've cultivated, consciously or not. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In a world that keeps telling you to do more, chase more, control more, the real power lies in simplicity, in tending to your own space, in realizing that wealth isn't external, it's internal. It's a peaceful mind, a clear intention, a set of values that can't be shaken by temporary storms. The danger is when you start blaming the weather, when you forget that every gardener has to deal with wind, heat, and rain. The difference is how they prepare, how they adapt, how they show up each day anyway, regardless of the forecast. That's what Stoicism teaches, not indifference but discipline, not withdrawal but clarity. You don't wait for peace, you build it, one thought at a time, one routine, one morning you didn't skip, one truth you finally accepted. And what about the frost? The hard days that burn through your hope and leave you wondering if anything good can grow again. Those days are part of the process. They prune you, they test the roots. They teach you what can survive, what was shallow, and what must be replanted. You don't run from those seasons. You learn from them. You observe. You adjust. You let them refine your focus so that when the warmth returns, you know exactly what to grow next. Aristotle once reflected that we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. This isn't about grand gestures. It's about returning to the soil every day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard, to weed out what doesn't serve you, to nurture what does, to believe that even on the days when progress is invisible, your presence is making a difference, because it is. Every time you pause before reacting, you tend your soil. Every time you choose clarity over chaos, you reinforce your roots. Every time you resist the urge to compare yourself to someone else's harvest, you protect your peace. That's what a real gardener does. They don't envy another garden. They focus on their own. This is your space, your mind, your values. And yes, the storms will come, but storms pass. Weeds can be pulled, soil can be renewed. What matters most is that you don't abandon it, that you don't hand your garden over to the world and ask it to take care of what only you can. Your inner world isn't the world's responsibility, it's yours, and the more you honor that, the more unshakable you become. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength is not loud, it's not explosive, it's steady, quiet, rooted. It's the kind of strength that doesn't need to prove itself because it's already done the work. It doesn't argue with the weather, it adapts, it keeps going, it grows, no matter what. So maybe this isn't the year to control everything. Maybe it's the year to care for what's already yours, your thoughts, your space, your presence. Let the storms come. Let the winds rise. You have tools, you have discipline, you have choice, and most of all, you have the garden. Don't wait for peace to fall from the sky. Plant it, water it, protect it. It's already inside you, and it's been waiting for your return. Something happens, you're late, the meeting already started, a payment didn't come through, someone said something that stung. In that instant, the event is real, but what you feel, that comes after. That comes from you. It comes from the story you attach to it, the meaning you assign without even realizing. Suddenly, being late means you're undisciplined. Losing money means you're doomed. An insult means you're not enough. But none of that is fact. It's judgment. And judgment, more than the event itself, is what actually breaks you. We often think pain comes from the outside, but it's not the world that cuts so deeply. It's the blade we turn inward, every time we believe a thought without testing it. This is the part most people miss. The mind doesn't just record reality, it interprets it, and interpretation is everything. That's why two people can experience the same situation and walk away with entirely different truths. One sees failure, the other sees feedback. One sees rejection, the other sees redirection. Same moment, different story, and that story determines everything that follows. This is where Stoicism becomes something far more human than people give it credit for. It's not about ignoring emotion. It's about understanding where that emotion is born. The majority of our pain doesn't come from the thing itself. It comes from the spiral that follows, the assumption, the internal blame, the mental forecasting of everything that will now go wrong. One simple moment snowballs into a catastrophe, but only because we gave it momentum. Carl Jung spoke often about the power of projections, the unconscious stories we place onto others, onto situations, onto ourselves. And until we see those projections clearly, we don't live in reality. We live in distortion. If someone criticizes you and your mind immediately whispers, "They must think I'm a joke," that judgment will shape not only how you feel, but how you act. You withdraw, you get defensive, you change who you are to avoid it happening again. All of that because of one silent interpretation that might not even be true. And what makes this especially dangerous is how fast it happens. A glance, a tone, a delay. And before you've even had a chance to pause, the judgment has already written a chapter in your head. That's why the Stoics practiced something so radical for their time: emotional awareness without attachment. They trained themselves to pause before judgment, to ask, what am I telling myself right now? Is it helping me? Is it even true? Most people never ask that. They let the thought become the truth. But thought is not truth. It's a lens, and lenses can be cleaned. Aristotle noted, it is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. In other words, you can notice an emotional reaction without letting it take over. You can observe a judgment rising and still choose to sit with it rather than submit to it. This is not suppression, it's sovereignty. Because when you blindly obey your judgments, you lose control of your experience. But when you slow down and investigate, you create space. And in that space, you reclaim choice. This practice isn't glamorous. It won't impress a crowd, but it will save you from unnecessary suffering. It will keep you grounded when the world wants to pull you into drama, into fear, into the trap of overthinking. You don't need to become a monk. You don't need to silence every feeling. But you do need to get honest about the voice inside that labels everything before you even realize it. Let's be clear, there are real things worth grieving, worth fighting for, but clarity matters. If someone disrespects you, that's a problem. But assuming that means you're worthless, that's your judgment speaking, not truth. If you fall short of your own standard, learn from it. Don't bury yourself in shame. Shame is often just judgment turned inward, and it grows in silence, in the places you never challenge. The Stoics were not emotionless. They were disciplined. They understood that feelings are not enemies, but they are not rulers either. Feelings point towards something, but they don't always tell you what. That's your job, to ask, to listen, to sift through the noise until you reach something real. That's the work of a philosopher, not to deny the world, but to see it clearly, to remove the fog of assumptions, and to respond with intention. Judgments are sneaky. They wear the costume of truth, but they're often just defense mechanisms, stories created to protect you from uncertainty. If something bad happens and you immediately decide, I'm cursed, then you've wrapped the moment in meaning. But meaning is not fixed. You can rewrite it. You can replace panic with presence. You can turn insult into insight. But only if you slow down long enough to realize, this isn't the world attacking me. This is me interpreting a moment through a lens that may need to be cleaned. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. That's not just a quote, it's a life-saving truth. Because the moment you stop giving your judgments authority, you get your life back. You see the insult, but don't internalize it. You feel the setback, but don't catastrophize it. You see a flaw in yourself, but don't turn it into a sentence. This is where true freedom begins, not in changing the world, but in changing how you perceive it. The world is chaotic, people are flawed, life is unpredictable, but none of that has to decide your internal state. You don't need perfect circumstances to feel peace. You just need better interpretations, and those are within your power, always. So when something happens this week, pause. Before you react, ask yourself, what am I telling myself about this? Is it fact, or is it fear dressed up as truth? That moment of reflection might not change the event, but it will change how you carry it. And how you carry it changes everything. Judgment is a lens. Clean it often, check it carefully, and never forget, you can always choose a clearer view. You walk into a room and immediately scan the faces. You're not looking for danger, you're searching for approval. A nod, a smile, a flicker of interest. And if you get it, your chest lifts. If you don't, even slightly, something inside you shrinks. You tell yourself it's just being human, just being social. But there's something deeper happening here. Something most people never question. You've outsourced your worth to the reactions of people who don't even know your name, and it's draining you. Quietly, relentlessly. At some point, we all did it. We learned to survive by fitting in, by pleasing, by reading the room and adjusting ourselves like a mirror, reflecting what others wanted to see. And maybe it worked. For a while. You avoided conflict. You got the pat on the back. But slowly, almost invisibly, something else happened. You forgot what it felt like to speak without waiting for a reaction. You forgot how to move without checking if you were being watched. You started living like someone on stage, always performing, always waiting for applause. And that's not living, that's self-abandonment. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But becoming requires detachment, not coldness, not arrogance, just the calm strength of someone who no longer needs to be chosen to feel valuable. When you're ruled by opinions, you become a willing prisoner. The cage isn't locked. It's made of your own need to be liked. And the moment someone doesn't respond the way you hoped, that cage tightens. But the truth is, you're the one holding the key. You always have been. Seneca wrote, "He who seeks approval is dependent on others to live." And he didn't mean that connection is wrong. He meant dependency is. There's a line between valuing people and being owned by them, between empathy and erosion. And that line gets crossed every time you betray yourself just to keep someone comfortable. Every time you water yourself down, hold your tongue, or pretend to agree because silence feels safer than rejection. But peace doesn't come from being agreeable. It comes from being aligned with your values, with your voice, with your vision. There's a version of you that's waiting behind the curtain, not louder, not flashier, just more real. The one who speaks with clarity even when it shakes. The one who walks away when something feels off, even if it means standing alone. That version isn't interested in being admired, they're interested in being whole. And that shift, when you stop auditioning for roles that don't fit, is the beginning of true confidence. Not the kind that demands attention, the kind that doesn't need it. The world will always have something to say about your choices, your body, your work, your silence, your boldness. If you bend to every comment, you become a shapeshifter, not a person, and you will never feel grounded when your identity is built on sand. Approval is fickle. One day you're praised, the next you're questioned. You can't base your inner stability on something that changes with the wind. It's like trying to build a house during an earthquake. Nothing holds. Instead of asking, "Do they like me?" try asking, "Do I respect myself in this moment?" That question cuts deeper. It invites you to return to yourself, to your compass, because you can spend your life winning the crowd and still lose your soul. You can post, perform, please, and still lie awake at night wondering why it all feels hollow, because applause doesn't mean alignment, and being seen is not the same as being known. This is not a call to rebellion, it's a return to center. You're not here to impress, you're here to express, not to prove, but to embody. You don't need louder opinions, you need a quieter mind, one that doesn't flinch every time someone frowns, one that doesn't collapse when someone disagrees. That's the difference between seeking peace and being peace. One is outside in, the other is built from the inside out. You are not a product, you are not a brand, you are not a reflection of likes, shares, or nods of approval. You are a human being with depth, with contradictions, with a truth that can't always be simplified for others' comfort. And sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is not explain, not convince, just stand there, quietly rooted in who you are, even if no one claps. Think about how much time you've spent adjusting for others. Now imagine what that energy could do if it came back home to you. Imagine creating because it lights you up, not because it gets clicks. Speaking because it's true, not because it's safe. Showing up without the mask, without the filters, without the need for reassurance. That kind of life is not loud, but it's free. And freedom doesn't ask for permission. The path away from this dependency is not about isolation. It's about discernment. Knowing when to listen and when to let go. Knowing the difference between feedback that helps you grow and noise that keeps you small. Not everyone's opinion is worth your peace. Not every reaction deserves your adjustment. Not every rejection is a reason to shrink. You don't have to be cold to be free. You just have to stop negotiating your worth in every room you enter. The most powerful people aren't the ones who talk the most. They're the ones who don't flinch when misunderstood. They don't need to be the center of attention. They don't need validation like oxygen. They move with quiet authority, built on years of choosing integrity over popularity. That's not arrogance. That's self-respect. You've spent enough time editing yourself to fit into spaces that weren't built for you. It's time to build something of your own. A mindset, a mission, a life that doesn't require applause to feel alive. That doesn't crumble when it's questioned. That doesn't shift with every new opinion. You are not here to be liked. You are here to become. Becoming is not always visible, not always applauded, but it is always worth it. Because once you stop begging the world to see you, you finally see yourself. And in that moment, something shifts. The cage disappears. The need quiets. The peace returns. Not because the world changed, but because you stopped giving it the keys. The strongest person in the room is often the quietest, not because they have nothing to say, but because they've already said it to themselves, deeply, over and over, until it no longer needs to be broadcast. In a world addicted to noise, arguments, performances, declarations of dominance, there is a rare kind of power that doesn't ask for attention. It simply is. It walks in stillness, listens more than it speaks, and moves with the calm presence of someone who doesn't need to prove anything anymore. That's real strength. And it's the kind most people overlook because it's not dramatic or flashy, but it's the kind that lasts. We're raised to believe that power is loud, that it takes up space, that it announces itself. But if you look closely at the people who've mastered themselves, who walk through life with true inner control, you'll notice something different. They don't rush to correct others. They don't panic when misunderstood. They don't enter conflict to win. They enter when necessary, and even then they do it with restraint. That kind of self-possession isn't natural. It's built, slowly, in silence, in discipline, in private moments when no one's watching. Seneca once said, "The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach." That includes strength. Not the kind you're told to display, but the kind you earn by facing yourself, by outgrowing your reactions, by not needing to be louder just to feel seen. Because when you're grounded, your presence does the talking. And there's nothing more unnerving than someone who cannot be provoked. They don't flinch. They don't chase validation. And when you speak to them, it feels like speaking to the earth. Solid, unmovable, steady. Strength isn't about being emotionless. It's about being unmoved by what doesn't matter. It's not about suppressing your feelings. It's about mastering them, letting them rise, letting them pass, and still choosing your response with clarity. That's not weakness, that's control. And control doesn't shout, it observes, it waits, it acts only when the action matters. We've been conditioned to associate silence with passivity. But there's another kind of silence, the kind that holds weight, the kind that makes people lean in. In 2026, you don't need more noise. You need less internal chaos, less reacting, less explaining. You need to be so aligned with who you are that you no longer argue with people committed to misunderstanding you. You no longer feel the urge to win every conversation, to dominate every room, to prove you're right. That urge is what weakens you. What strengthens you is the stillness that follows after you've let that go. Carl Jung once observed that loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. And yet, those who walk the path of depth often realize they don't need to explain those things to everyone. They just need to live them. They embody what they value instead of preaching it. And in doing so, they communicate something more powerful than words ever could. Their life becomes the message. Their consistency becomes their signature. And their silence, unapologetic, peaceful, strong, becomes their presence. You don't need to be louder to be heard. You need to be clear within yourself, because clarity doesn't scream. It speaks once and then it moves on. That's the art of strength. To state your boundary without begging for it to be respected, to walk away without threatening, to lead without needing applause. That kind of strength doesn't rise from pride. It rises from purpose, and it's always rooted in something deeper than ego. Think of a tree that stands through storms. It doesn't yell back at the wind. It doesn't argue with the rain. It just remains. That's you, when you stop flinching every time someone tries to challenge you, when you realize you don't owe a response to every provocation, when you start choosing your energy like it costs something, because it does. Every time you get pulled into unnecessary conflict, every time you waste time defending your character to someone who never respected it, you lose a piece of your strength. And in 2026, you reclaim it, not by fighting louder, but by standing firmer. People often think power is about being fearless, but real power is about being calm in fear. It's not about never doubting yourself. It's about not acting from that doubt. It's about holding space for uncertainty without letting it run your life. It's about realizing that the most intimidating thing you can do is to stay steady when everything around you shakes. That's not indifference, that's mastery, and mastery is always quiet. The most dangerous opponent isn't the loudest one. It's the one who can't be manipulated, the one who doesn't take the bait, the one who knows exactly who they are and what they stand for, and refuses to be pulled into emotional chaos. That's what silence offers you, not detachment, but leverage, not apathy, but strategy. You can still care deeply and speak sparingly. You can still love fiercely and respond selectively. Silence doesn't mean you're afraid. Sometimes it means you're so grounded that nothing outside you can unseat you. And in the space between what happens and how you respond, silence becomes your weapon. Not passive silence, but intentional stillness. The kind that allows you to pause, assess, and respond from a place of wisdom instead of reflex. That's the kind of silence that builds your inner fortress, the kind that others sense and respect. 2026 isn't asking you to be more aggressive. It's asking you to be more anchored, to stop wasting your breath on things that don't move your mission forward, to let your results speak louder than your voice, to let your actions build your credibility, because when your focus is precise, your energy becomes intimidating. People will notice, not because you're demanding their attention, but because you're no longer asking for it. Let this year be the year you stop arguing with people who aren't building what you're building. Let it be the year you step out of the noise and into the rhythm of your own life. Let it be the year your stillness becomes your shield, because nothing shakes the world more than a person who cannot be shaken. And once you reach that place where your silence speaks for you, you'll understand that was the strength you were chasing all along. Most people try to survive their past. Few ever learn to love it. Because love, in this sense, doesn't mean approval. It doesn't mean liking what hurt you. It means refusing to be broken by it. It means refusing to waste another year resenting the things you cannot change. Amor fati, love of fate, isn't poetic. It's a decision, a discipline, a choice to not just accept the uncontrollable, but to harness it. It's what happens when you stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start asking, "What will I do with it now?" There's a moment, maybe quiet, maybe violent, where everything you expected falls apart. A betrayal, a loss, a collapse of plans you thought were secure. In that moment, your instincts will beg for escape. You'll want to rewind time, to choose differently, to erase pain. But you can't. No one can. And once you truly grasp that, you're faced with a deeper question. If I cannot change the past, will I let it control me, or will I learn to walk through it and come out stronger? Amor fati doesn't mean you enjoy the storm. It means you become the kind of person who grows because of it. You take the broken pieces and you build something new. You take the silence left behind by someone who walked away, and you learn to hear your own voice more clearly. You take the failure, and instead of letting it define you, you let it refine you. You begin to see that what felt like punishment was actually preparation. And with time, you stop seeing it as something that happened to you and start seeing it as something that awakened you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it." That is amor fati, not passive acceptance, but active transformation. To take even the worst experiences and use them as fuel, not to burn others, but to burn brighter. Because there's something powerful about a person who's walked through the fire and stopped asking for justice. They've moved beyond blame, beyond bitterness. And that movement doesn't come from forgetting. It comes from choosing to carry it differently. You were never meant to be untouched. You were meant to be tested, hardened, shaped. What broke your heart? What humbled your ego? What stripped away your illusions? That wasn't the end of your story. It was the beginning of a deeper one. And maybe you needed to lose your way to find a path that was never visible until you had nothing left to lose. The path that doesn't rely on control or perfection, but on courage and clarity. The path where you walk forward, not in spite of what happened, but because of it. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." And every day you remain chained to the fantasy of a different past, you stop yourself from becoming. Amor fati isn't blind optimism. It's radical acceptance. It's facing the wound and saying, "You don't scare me anymore." It's acknowledging pain without turning it into your identity. It's letting the story continue instead of freezing it in the moment of loss. You can spend a lifetime in resistance, fighting reality, denying what is, or you can take a breath, unclench your fists, and start building something new from exactly where you stand. Maybe the worst thing that ever happened to you also handed you the tools to build the strongest version of yourself. Maybe the very thing you hated the most was the thing that forced you to grow. Maybe that's what fate really is. Not a fixed path, but the raw material you're given to work with. And it's how you work with it that reveals who you are. You've been taught to chase what's easy, but nothing easy ever built depth. Nothing smooth ever carved wisdom into your bones. That comes from falling apart, from letting go, from sitting in silence long enough to hear your own voice again, from realizing that while you can't choose everything that happens, you can always choose what it makes of you. And the moment you do that, your entire relationship with life changes. You stop being afraid of loss. You stop being surprised by difficulty. You start meeting everything with a calm, steady heart, not because it's easy, but because you're no longer asking for easy. Epictetus reminded us, "Do not seek for events to happen as you wish. but wish for events to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly. That's not a call to surrender. It's a call to align, to live in rhythm with what is instead of constantly fighting it, to find the opportunity in the obstacle, the clarity in the chaos, the strength in the sorrow. And once you see life through that lens, you stop wasting time trying to repaint the past. You start using it. Everything you've been through, every mistake, every heartbreak, every setback, it's not meant to be carried like a burden. It's meant to be mined for meaning. And that meaning is what makes you dangerous. Because the person who no longer fears fate cannot be manipulated. They cannot be broken by outcomes, because their power isn't tied to circumstances. It's tied to their ability to rise from them. This is the gift hidden inside Amor Fati, the freedom to no longer be a prisoner of your history, the courage to say, this too is mine. I claim it. I use it. I turn it into fuel. You stop living as if life owes you an explanation. You stop waiting for everything to make perfect sense. Instead, you start creating meaning from the mess. And you build a self that can stand in the storm and say, this didn't end me, it made me. Your past doesn't need to be rewritten, it needs to be re-understood. Not as the thing that held you back, but as the thing that forged your clarity. Every scar a sentence, every regret a redirection, every wound a whisper that led you back to yourself. That's the quiet power of fate. It shows you who you are beneath what you wanted, and when you can look at your life and say, even this I accept, you become untouchable, not because nothing can hurt you, but because nothing can own you anymore. So let this be the year you stop negotiating with reality. Let this be the year you stop waiting for a different past. Let this be the year you love your fate, not because it was easy, but because it shaped you, because it forced you to see what actually matters, because it taught you how to rise without apology. And in that rise, you find something deeper than comfort. You find meaning, you find peace, you find the unshakable power that was buried beneath your resistance all along. Fear was never your enemy. It was your compass, a signal, not of danger necessarily, but of depth, of meaning, of something that matters enough to unsettle you. And the problem isn't fear itself, it's the relationship we've built with it. We treat fear like a wall, an indicator to retreat. But more often than not, it's a threshold, a test. And when you see it that way, everything changes. The Stoics didn't aim to erase fear, they aimed to reframe it. They knew fear wasn't weakness, it was misdirection. That trembling in your chest? It's not a warning to run, it's a message. There's something here, something important. So they trained for it. They used a practice called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. They imagined everything that could go wrong, not to scare themselves into paralysis, but to inoculate their minds. If you rehearse the fall, you rob it of its surprise. You strip the unknown of its power to control you. Fear feeds off surprise. It grows in shadows, in silence, in avoidance. But when you meet it with presence, with preparation, with intention, it shrinks. You realize that most fears are inflated, not by the events themselves, but by our exaggerated expectations of what they'll feel like, or how we'll survive them. We overestimate the pain. We underestimate our capacity to endure. And that gap is where fear lives, not in the moment, but in the mental forecast of it. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." Fear, when resisted, becomes a monster. But when confronted directly, it often reveals itself as something manageable. Maybe uncomfortable, but never impossible. The more we avoid what we fear, the more power it gains. But the more we prepare for it, the more ordinary it becomes. That's the paradox. Rehearsal makes fear familiar. And what's familiar no longer holds the same grip. Think about it. How many times have you dreaded something for days, weeks, even months, only to go through it and realize it wasn't nearly as bad as you imagined? That's not luck, that's proof. Proof that fear is often more illusion than fact, more smoke than fire, and the only way to break that illusion is to lean in, not recklessly but consciously, to say, let's see what happens when I don't run from this. Not because you're fearless, but because you're ready. You don't overcome fear by pretending it's not there. You overcome it by giving it a role. Fear becomes the starting point of a plan. It points you toward your next step, your next growth, your next layer of strength. And once you integrate it, you stop waiting for confidence to begin. You start building confidence by acting in the presence of fear, not in its absence. You can imagine the worst. You can walk yourself through failure, embarrassment, loss. You can stare down each scenario and ask, what would I do? How would I respond? What could I prepare now so that if it ever does happen, I won't be caught off guard? That's not negativity. That's strategy. And once you've faced it in your mind, you walk through life a little lighter, because if it comes, you're rehearsed. And if it doesn't, you're stronger just for preparing. So many people live in a constant hum of anxiety because they haven't looked fear in the eye. They carry vague worries like weightless fog, always present, never examined. But once you define it, you take away its ability to ambush you. You say, I've thought about this, I've sat with this, I've made peace with this, and I'm ready. That's where freedom starts, not in eliminating fear, but in confronting it so thoroughly that it no longer controls your choices. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And that line holds a quiet truth. Most fear is fiction, self-authored, made of assumptions and stretched-out scenarios that rarely materialize the way we imagine. But still, we give them power because we don't challenge them. Because we don't pause and say, let me test this fear. Let me walk it out to its end and see if it still deserves my paralysis. What happens when you stop seeing fear as a red light and start seeing it as a signpost? A clue, a message that says, there's something here worth exploring, something that scares you because it demands more of you. And when you feel that, when your hands shake and your breath quickens, don't pull away. Lean in. That edge you're standing on, it might be the boundary of your current self and the entrance to your next one. Strength isn't never being afraid. Strength is knowing what to do when fear shows up. It's rehearsing the worst, not to be morbid, but to become unshakable. It's acknowledging the risk, preparing for the storm, and then walking forward anyway. Because your life will never be free of risk, but it can be free of cowardice. It can be guided not by what you fear, but by what you choose to face. And once you start living that way, you realize something else, that most of the things you feared weren't even real. They were shadows, memories, doubts inherited from people who never had the courage to face their own. But you don't have to carry them anymore. You get to choose your fears. You get to face them. And in doing so, you start to feel something even deeper than courage. You start to feel calm. Because nothing surprises the mind that's already prepared. Let fear show you the gaps in your readiness, not your worth. Let it teach you what still needs strengthening, not what you should avoid. And most importantly, let it remind you that you're still growing, still expanding, still stepping into parts of yourself that were once locked behind old limitations. So if fear arises, don't shrink. Expand. Breathe deeper. Look it in the eye and say, I've met you before, and I'm not afraid of you anymore. Because fear was never the signal to stop. It was always the invitation to rise. Death has always been misunderstood. We think of it as the finish line, the final curtain, the vanishing. But it's not. It's the fire under your feet, the quiet ticking beneath every choice you hesitate to make. It's not the enemy, it's the urgency. And the more you try to forget it, the more life slips away unnoticed. Memento mori doesn't mean dwell in sorrow, it means awaken. Shake the sleep from your eyes and remember, this, all of this, is temporary. And when you really grasp that, something shifts inside you. You stop assuming you'll have time to fix things later. You stop delaying the apology. You stop rehearsing your dreams for an audience that may never arrive. Suddenly, what matters becomes sharp, clear. You see that the weight you carry, resentment, pride, hesitation, is costing you the only thing you can't get back, time. And the fear of death? That starts to fade, because you're no longer wasting life pretending you have more of it. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but never beginning to live." That's the tragedy. Not that we die, but that we die full of things unsaid, untried, unloved. Death isn't the loss. The real loss is never showing up fully to what's right in front of us. And that's why memento mori isn't morbid, it's mercy. It reminds you that every moment matters. Every glance, every breath, every word is part of the only life you're given. Don't spend it on autopilot. There's a strange thing that happens when you remember death often. You become more alive, not reckless, not desperate, but intentional. Present, you eat slower, you listen deeper. You realize that no conversation is small because you never know which one will be your last. You start choosing what kind of person you want to be remembered as, not by someday, but by now. And that awareness, it changes everything. When you stop fearing death, you stop fearing rejection. You stop waiting for perfect timing. You realize there is no perfect time to start that book, take that leap, or say what you really feel. There's just now. And the truth is, tomorrow is a rumor, next year is a maybe. But today, this moment, this is yours. And if you don't use it, no one will use it for you. Life is not a rehearsal. This is the act. Carl Jung once said, "A man who is not conscious of his mortality is not truly alive." And that's the spiritual paradox of remembering death. It doesn't weigh you down. It wakes you up. You realize you don't need to chase significance. You just need to show up. With presence, with truth, with courage. Because when you live like you're dying, you stop compromising. You start honoring your path, not because you're sure it will succeed, but because you're sure you don't want to waste time pretending to be someone you're not. You begin to notice that most people don't really live. They exist. They wait for permission, for the weekend, for someone to choose them. And all the while, the clock ticks, the years pass, and the soul contracts. But it doesn't have to. You can reverse the numbness by remembering what's at stake. You can step back into the fire, not the fire of panic, but of purpose. You don't need more time. You need more clarity about how you're using the time you already have. When death becomes your teacher, every moment becomes a question. Is this how I want to spend my life? Complaining, scrolling, pleasing people who wouldn't notice if I vanished? Or do I want to start living deliberately, creating memories I'd be proud to take to the grave? That's the gift of mortality. It sharpens your gaze. You stop chasing forever, and you start pouring your soul into now. Seneca reminded us, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And those words cut deeper than any warning, because they expose a truth we don't like to face. We're not running out of life because of death. We're running out because we give our energy to things that don't matter. We gossip, we argue, we procrastinate, not realizing that every act of distraction is an act of surrender. We trade time for nothing, and then wonder why we feel empty. But the moment you take mortality seriously, everything unimportant starts falling away. The drama, the noise, the fear of what people think. You begin to live lighter, not because life is easier, but because you've stopped carrying what doesn't belong to you. You're no longer afraid to speak your truth, to take risks, to let go of things you once thought were permanent, because you know nothing is. And that knowledge, it sets you free. Even love changes when you remember death. You hold people closer. You stop needing to be right. You realize that every goodbye could be the last, so you soften your tone, you forgive faster, and you mean what you say. You live in such a way that if you had to leave tomorrow, you'd leave no room for regret. That doesn't come from panic. It comes from wisdom, from the deep, calm understanding that you were never promised more time. And that's exactly what makes today sacred. This awareness doesn't make you somber. It makes you fierce. It makes you clear-eyed. And it gives you the strength to walk away from anything that wastes your life's fire. You stop tolerating relationships that drain you. You stop participating in roles that shrink you, because you realize you don't owe anyone your silence. You owe yourself your aliveness. Even your failures begin to look different. They're not endings. They're proofs that you tried, that you risked, that you weren't asleep. And when you carry the weight of your mortality with grace, you stop obsessing over outcomes. You start showing up for the process, not because it's easy, but because it's real, it's yours, and it's worth everything. Aristotle once believed that the good life was not about length, but about virtue, about living well. And living well isn't about luxury or success. It's about alignment, about honoring what you value, even when it's hard, about walking the path you believe in, even when it's lonely. Because when the final moment comes and you look back, you won't remember how perfect you were. You'll remember how present you were, how true, how alive. So don't waste this. Don't scroll past your life waiting for better timing. Don't silence your soul to fit a version of yourself you've outgrown. Let death teach you urgency, not fear. Let it remind you that this is it, not in a way that scares you, but in a way that wakes you up so completely you never fall asleep at the wheel of your life again. Because the point of remembering death is not to mourn what you'll lose, it's to fully see what you have, and to give it everything, not someday, not when you're ready, but now, this minute, this heartbeat, because that's all any of us really get, and that's more than enough. There are times in life when the world becomes loud with confusion, when your mind feels pulled in a dozen directions and everything seems urgent, but nothing feels meaningful. In those moments, we forget that the ancient philosophers weren't giving us theories to admire. They were offering lifelines, maps for survival. When the Stoics spoke of the four virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, they weren't crafting a philosophy of comfort. They were teaching us how to live when life gets messy, uncertain, and hard. These virtues weren't decorations. They were anchors, and if you don't cling to something solid, you'll drift. Wisdom isn't about knowing everything. It's about seeing clearly. When chaos knocks at your door, wisdom lets you pause, take a breath, and ask, not what feels good, but what's true, not what's easy, but what's right. It's the ability to observe yourself when you want to react, to step outside your emotion long enough to choose your response. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." That's the power of wisdom. It doesn't remove the obstacle, but it shows you how to use it. Courage is what follows. Because knowing what's right doesn't make it easy. Wisdom can see the path, but courage walks it. When you're afraid of the fallout, when doubt starts whispering louder than your instincts, courage is what moves your feet anyway. You show up scared. You speak when your voice shakes. You take the first step not because you're fearless, but because something inside you refuses to keep living small. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's the decision that something else matters more, and when you act with courage, you start trusting yourself again. That quiet voice gets stronger. Then comes justice, the virtue we neglect when we're hurt. When someone lies to you, betrays you, or lets you down, the first instinct is retaliation. You want to level the field. You want them to feel what you felt. But justice is not vengeance. Justice is restraint guided by principle. It's choosing to be fair even when no one's watching. It's making decisions based not on emotion, but on balance. Seneca once said, "No man is crushed by misfortune unless he has first been deceived by prosperity." Justice reminds you not to act from temporary feelings. It helps you lead from a steady place, from strength, not spite. And finally, temperance, the forgotten virtue in a world addicted to extremes. In the face of indulgence, in the temptation of excess, temperance holds the line. It's the voice that tells you, more doesn't mean better. Faster doesn't mean wiser. It's the discipline to stop when you've had enough, to say no when it would be easier to keep going, to walk away before your desires own you. And this is where it all comes together. These four, wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, are not boxes to check. They are modes of being. They aren't reserved for monks or philosophers. They are for anyone who wants to stop reacting and start living with intention. In the face of noise, they give you silence. In the face of pressure, they give you poise. You won't always get it right. Sometimes you'll fall short. But the point isn't perfection. It's alignment. Alignment means your actions mirror your values. Your choices reflect your truth. You don't just say you want peace. You act in ways that protect it. You don't just admire resilience. You cultivate it when no one's clapping. You live in such a way that your internal compass doesn't need to be explained. People feel it. You become rooted, clear, and hard to shake. The beauty of the four virtues is that they cover all terrain. Confused? You lean on wisdom. Scared? You call on courage. Betrayed? You choose justice. Tempted? You return to temperance. That's how you stay grounded when the world spins. That's how you live a life that doesn't fracture under pressure. You don't wait for the perfect moment to be better. You choose to practice these virtues now, quietly, daily, especially when no one is watching. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And that's the quiet test of virtue. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up in your habits, in your reactions, in the way you treat people when you're tired. Virtue is lived, not declared. It becomes the invisible structure that holds your life together when things fall apart. And they will fall apart. That's not a question. What matters is what you've trained yourself to become when they do, because life will always test you. You'll be pulled by desire, blinded by emotion, lured by shortcuts. And if you don't have a framework to return to, you'll chase anything that promises relief. That's how we become lost, when we trade principle for comfort and wonder why we feel so hollow. But if you choose virtue, not as a performance, but as a practice, you stop being tossed around by the world. You become your own compass. And that kind of clarity, it's rare, it's powerful, it's quiet. You don't need a crisis to begin. You don't need approval to live this way. You just need a decision. A commitment to choose better, even if only in small moments. To pause before reacting, to breathe before judging, to check in with your values before letting your emotions speak for you. That's how you build a life that holds its shape under pressure. There's something deeply peaceful about knowing that you're living by something deeper than impulse, that you're not just reacting to the world, you're responding from within. And when you begin to live this way, you realize you don't need to control everything. You don't need to fix everyone. You just need to stay true to the path. Your path, the one shaped not by trends, but by timeless truths. And slowly, people start to notice, not because you're louder, but because you're calmer, not because you're perfect, but because you're steady. Your presence becomes a mirror, a reminder that strength doesn't have to shout, that integrity can be silent and still move mountains, and that living a good life isn't about having less pain. It's about facing life with more wisdom, more courage, more justice, and more discipline than yesterday. You become someone others trust, not because you have the answers, but because you've chosen to live the questions with character. You're not chasing perfection, you're honoring the practice. And in a world that's obsessed with what's trending, that's a rebellion. A quiet, powerful rebellion. The kind that builds something that lasts. So when the day feels heavy, return to the virtues. Let them guide you back. When you're unsure, ask yourself, not what feels good, but what feels true. You already know the way. You just have to choose it. Not once, but again and again. That's how you become unshakable. Not by avoiding the storm, but by learning how to stand inside it with a steady heart. You're going to feel it, that wave of heat when someone disrespects you, the sting in your chest when you're overlooked, the silent burn of comparison when someone else wins while you wait. These moments are human. Emotion isn't a flaw in your design, it's a signal that something inside you is alive. But here's where we get it wrong. We think strength is not feeling, that stoicism means becoming numb, shutting down, pushing away every flicker of discomfort. That's not discipline, that's denial, and denial has a cost. It builds pressure in the shadows of your mind until it breaks through, not as clarity, but as chaos. Because what you don't face will find its way out. And usually, it chooses the worst time to speak. Stoicism never taught you to run from emotion. It taught you how to welcome it with clarity. To open the door, nod your head, let it speak, but never hand it the wheel. The goal isn't to become a machine, it's to become a master of your own response. In every reaction, there's a sliver of space, a breath, a blink, a brief silence between the rise of the feeling and the movement of your body. That space is where power lives. It's where choice waits. And if you miss that moment, if you fill it with noise or rush past it to satisfy a craving, you lose more than composure. You lose alignment. You drift from who you are into who you've been trained to be by fear, ego, and habit. That's the real danger, not emotion itself, but the reflex that follows when you stop thinking clearly. You'll hear people say, "I just had to say it. I couldn't help myself." But that's not truth. It's surrender. It's the language of someone who gave their power to a moment, who traded long-term peace for short-term release. That's not freedom. That's being ruled by your own unexamined mind. And if you keep acting on impulse, you start to believe that chaos is normal, that being controlled by your emotions is just part of being human. But it's not. It's just common. There's a difference. You were made for more than reactivity. The Stoics didn't strive for emotional suppression. They trained for emotional transformation. When anger showed up, they studied it. When jealousy stirred, they examined the story beneath it. When fear whispered, they leaned in with awareness instead of retreating with shame. That's the art. Not to avoid the storm, but to become someone who can stand inside it without being thrown around by the wind. Impulse wants immediacy. It wants a reaction now. It doesn't care about consequences. It wants to be fed. It's quick, loud, and often wrong. But discipline is different. Discipline waits. It watches. It doesn't need applause because it's not trying to perform. It's trying to preserve what matters most: your peace, your integrity, your path. Every time you pause instead of react, you build that discipline, not with force, but with clarity. Imagine living in a world where people acted only on impulse, where anger always became violence, where sadness always became withdrawal, where insecurity always became attack. That world wouldn't last. And yet many live in versions of it daily, not because they are bad, but because they've never been shown another way. You don't have to be one of them. You can practice something different, something ancient, something powerful. Emotion becomes dangerous only when it becomes command, when you stop questioning it, when you obey it without reflection. That's where regret is born, not from feeling, but from failing to pause. The person who hurt you isn't the one in charge of your life, you are. But only if you take responsibility for what you do with the energy they leave behind. That's real strength, not clenching your jaw, not bottling everything up until it explodes, but opening the door to the feeling, listening, learning, and then choosing your response. Not from pride, not from fear, but from truth. Seneca once wrote, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Your emotions are not interruptions to your growth. They are invitations to it. They show you what still controls you, what still unsettles you, what still owns too much of your mind. But they also show you your edges, your potential, your capacity to hold discomfort without running from it. And each time you do, you reclaim a part of yourself that was once lost in the noise. Don't fear emotion. Fear the story that says you are powerless in its presence, that you must obey it to be real. That feeling deeply means acting recklessly. It doesn't. Some of the strongest people feel more than anyone, but they've learned how to hold it, to sit with it, to walk through it without becoming it. That's what makes them grounded. It's what makes them trusted. It's what makes them unshakable in a world that's always moving too fast. The truth is, you don't become free by avoiding pain. You become free by facing it with awareness, by choosing your next move from presence, not panic. And when you do, the emotion loses its control. It may still visit, but it won't stay, and it won't define you. That's what the Stoics knew. That's what you can learn. The power isn't in feeling less. It's in using the space between the feeling and the action to choose your life instead of reacting to it. It won't be perfect. Some days you'll snap. You'll say too much. You'll retreat when you wanted to rise. That's part of the process. The goal isn't to erase every mistake. The goal is to return to awareness faster each time, to shorten the gap between reaction and reflection, to learn your triggers and respond to them like a student, not a victim. That's how you grow. That's how you break cycles. That's how you become someone you trust. Emotions are messengers, but you are the author. And once you realize that, everything begins to change. You no longer move through life fearing your own mind. You start moving through it with understanding, with patience, with clarity. That's what real control feels like. Not forcing everything to be still, but learning to be still within whatever rises. There is a quiet confidence that comes from not being owned by what you feel, not denying it, not drowning in it, but standing in it, breathing through it, choosing your words, choosing your next step. Not because you're trying to impress anyone, but because you've decided to live in alignment with who you want to be. And that decision, that's the most powerful one you'll ever make. Because while the world will try to provoke you, test you, confuse you, your job is simple. Stay grounded, stay clear, and use the space. Use the space between emotion and action to lead yourself toward the kind of life you won't have to explain. One built not on impulse, but on intention. One where you don't fear your emotions, you guide them. And in doing so, you become something most people never even attempt to be. calm in chaos, clear in conflict, unmoved by noise, and deeply, profoundly alive. Most people hear the word discipline and immediately recoil. They imagine it as something cold, harsh, or rigid, a life of saying no, a life of restriction. But that's not what it is, not truly. Real discipline isn't punishment, it's protection. It's not about depriving yourself of freedom, it's how you actually earn it. Without discipline, your desires become your rulers. You say yes when you shouldn't. You delay what matters. You abandon the path for comfort that never lasts. You become a passenger in your own life, tossed around by impulse, distraction, and momentary pleasure. But with discipline, you reclaim the wheel. When you choose discipline, you build something rare, self-trust. Not just the kind that shows up when everything's calm, but the kind that steadies you when the world is pulling you in 100 directions. The kind that says, no matter what comes, I will show up for myself. And that's when things start to shift. You walk into a room, not with arrogance, but with alignment. You speak with clarity. You move with purpose. You no longer need to chase anything because your life begins to reflect your inner order. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it does mean you're no longer scattered, you're centered. Carl Jung said, "In each of us, there is another whom we do not know." That unknown self, the deeper, stronger, clearer version of you, can only be reached through discipline. It's the path that connects who you are now with who you're meant to be. And the bridge is built, one decision at a time. Not dramatic declarations, not chasing perfection, just quiet, consistent alignment with your values. Each time you wake up early when you don't feel like it, each time you say no to the thing that tempts you off course, each time you keep a promise to yourself that no one else knows about, you carve out that deeper version, and in time they begin to lead. Discipline gives you boundaries, not to trap you, but to anchor you. In a world that glamorizes chaos, doing what's necessary, without applause, without drama, is a quiet rebellion. Everyone wants the result. Few want the structure. But the Stoics knew, structure is the soil of greatness. A tree doesn't become strong by growing in every direction. It becomes strong by staying rooted, by reaching down before it reaches up. You don't need more options. You need fewer, better ones. You don't need 100 paths. You need one you're willing to walk, every day, even when it's boring, even when no one's watching. There's this illusion we're sold, that real freedom is doing whatever we want, whenever we want. But look closely. The people who live that way often feel the most empty. Because freedom without direction is chaos, and chaos over time becomes suffering. You stay up late, eat whatever, skip what matters, give in to the same distractions, and you wonder why you feel anxious, weak, or lost. It's not mystery, it's math. Without discipline, your energy is spent reacting. With it, your energy is invested creating. That's the difference. Discipline isn't just about saying no, it's about saying yes to the life you actually want. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." That mastery doesn't come from a single moment of willpower. It comes from rhythm, from choosing discomfort today to build peace tomorrow, from practicing the small things until the big things don't scare you, from understanding that if you can command your habits, you can command your future. Discipline sharpens the mind. It steadies the heart. It teaches you how to endure boredom, navigate pressure, and resist the urge to quit when it's inconvenient. That's where real strength is built, in silence, in repetition, in the sacred space between excuse and execution. It's not glamorous. And that's the point. The strongest people you'll ever meet don't wear their discipline like a costume. They carry it like a compass. They don't need to talk about it. You can feel it in the way they move, the way they speak, the way they refuse to be pulled out of alignment by noise. They've built their identity on something deeper than mood or approval. They don't need motivation because they have commitment. They don't need to prove anything to the world because they're too busy proving something to themselves. Most of the pain we experience doesn't come from doing too little. It comes from knowing what we need to do and avoiding it. That tension, that inner pull between who you are and who you could be, doesn't go away with time. It grows until you either numb it or face it. Discipline is how you face it. Not with force, but with honesty. It's looking in the mirror and saying, I don't need to be perfect, but I refuse to be passive. It's not about controlling every outcome. It's about controlling what you bring to each moment. Your focus, your presence, your effort. That's what you own. That's your power. And when you begin to live this way, when your habits align with your values, you begin to feel something rare. Peace. Not the peace of everything being easy, but the peace of knowing you're no longer betraying yourself. That's the reward of discipline. Not applause, not external validation, but inner stillness. The kind of stillness that can't be faked. The kind that whispers, you're on your path, keep going, you'll still fail. You'll still fall off track. That's part of the work. But now you don't spiral, you don't hide. You get back up, not out of guilt, but because your identity has changed. You're no longer someone who needs perfect conditions to act. You act because you've decided to, because you've seen what life looks like when you drift, and you've made a quiet vow never to live that way again. Discipline, then, isn't something you add to your life. It becomes the foundation of it, the invisible structure that gives shape to everything else. Relationships, health, work, peace. None of it lasts without discipline, but with it, you build something durable, something true, something that carries you through storms and keeps you grounded in moments of doubt. And that's the real freedom. Not needing to escape your life because you finally built one you respect. Not needing constant stimulation because you're no longer afraid of silence. Not needing shortcuts because you've made peace with the long way. That's what discipline does. It teaches you how to be okay with who you are without needing anything extra to feel whole. So the next time it feels hard, the next time your mind says, skip it, you've done enough, or you can try again later, remember this. Every excuse is just a delay in becoming who you already are beneath the noise. And every moment you choose discipline, you're not just building habits. You're returning home to your higher self, the self that doesn't need chaos, the self that doesn't chase, the self that quietly and clearly knows exactly what needs to be done and does it again and again. Until one day you look back, not with regret, but with respect for the life you earned through every quiet yes, every powerful no, and every single moment you chose alignment over comfort. That's what freedom really looks like, and it starts with discipline. You are not a finished product. You never were. You never will be. You are a work in motion, not a label to be stamped, not a box to be checked. You are not your worst day, not your deepest wound, not even your greatest victory. You are something far more powerful. You are the one holding the chisel. Life hands you the marble, often raw, heavy and cracked in places. It doesn't arrive polished. It doesn't arrive easy. But that's not the point. The point is that you are the sculptor, and the sculpture is your life. Most people don't realize this. They walk around thinking they are the stone, that what happened to them defines them, that they are stuck in the shape the world carved for them, too poor, too broken, too late, too far gone. But none of those things are true unless you accept them as final, unless you put the chisel down and walk away. And that's the quiet tragedy. Not the marble itself, but the person who forgets they can shape it. You weren't born with a fixed form. You were born with tools, thought, action, reflection, and the courage to start again. It's easy to blame the marble, to point to the cracks and chips and say, "Look what life gave me." But the Stoics never taught us to look outward for answers. They taught us to return inward, to say, "This is what I've been given. Now what will I do with it?" Your decisions are not small. They are strokes of the chisel. Every morning you wake up early to protect your peace instead of drowning in distractions. That's a cut. Every time you choose discipline over indulgence, that's a refinement. Every moment you catch yourself before reacting in anger or fear and instead breathe, pause, and choose a higher response, you're sculpting. And over time, those daily choices accumulate. They reveal something. A shape begins to form. And it looks more and more like the person you were meant to be. The chisel is not always obvious. Sometimes it's the silence you keep when you want to defend yourself. Sometimes it's the boundary you set even when your voice shakes. Sometimes it's simply choosing not to quit. One more rep, one more hour, one more step. These moments may seem forgettable, but they are not. They are defining. Because while the world watches for explosions and applause, the sculptor knows greatness is shaped in the quiet, in the grind, in the space between noise and clarity. No one else can sculpt your life for you. They can give opinions, they can offer tools, they can even criticize your process, but they don't hold your hands. Only you do. Only you decide if today's choices will echo regret or resilience. Only you can choose to carry the chisel when it would be easier to point fingers. And that's the power people forget they have. The power to shape themselves through action, not through avoidance. You are allowed to evolve, allowed to change shape, allowed to say, "I no longer want to live like this." That's not failure, that's mastery. Because sculptors don't cling to every mistake. They don't panic when a piece breaks off. They adjust, they reimagine, they adapt the vision. That's what it means to be human, to stay flexible in form but grounded in purpose, to understand that your masterpiece is not behind you. It's in every future moment you choose to pick up the chisel again. The problem is never that the marble is flawed. It's that we forget how much can be done with imperfect material. Think of the people who've been through trauma, loss, abandonment, yet they became light for others. Not because life was kind, but because they turned pain into polish. They didn't sculpt perfection, they sculpted meaning. That's what real artistry looks like. Not symmetry, but soul. Not surface, but substance. Too many wait for better marble, a better time, a cleaner slate. But waiting is not shaping. Waiting is how the marble sits untouched, and nothing erodes potential faster than neglect. Life doesn't ask you to wait. It asks you to engage, to do what you can with what you have, where you are. Because while others are waiting for a perfect block of stone, you can be chiseling. While they wait to feel ready, you can be creating. Sculpting clarity out of chaos, stillness out of stress, purpose out of pain. And no, it won't always look beautiful while you're shaping it. Sometimes the dust gets in your eyes. Sometimes a piece chips off that you thought was essential. But that's how masterpieces are made. Not in theory, in motion, in mess, in the raw moments that don't make it to the highlight reel. You don't need a blueprint. You need a commitment to not let your life become a lump of wasted potential. So take this year, take 2026, and do more than survive it. Sculpt it. Don't just get through the days. Shape them, design them, turn routine into ritual, turn struggle into strategy, turn silence into strength. There is no secret tool coming. You already have what you need: thought, choice, and time. Time, most of all, because you don't have forever. The marble is not infinite. Every day you let pass is a piece of it gone, but every day you choose to shape it, that's a form of legacy. Let your habits reflect your sculpture. Let them chip away at the unnecessary. Let them reveal your outline. Not the version of you that conforms, pleases, or hides, but the one that stands still in the storm and says, "This is who I've decided to be." That version won't come by accident. It will come by effort, repetition, attention, patience. There's a quiet power in knowing that the future is not something you find. It's something you carve. Not all at once, but day by day, hour by hour. 1,000 invisible moments that leave a visible result. And one day, someone will look at your life, not the highlight reel, but the real thing, and they'll see the strength, the integrity, the clarity etched into every curve, and they'll know that was no accident. That was art, sculpted by someone who refused to live unshaped. So the question isn't what kind of life you've been handed. The question is, what will you carve from it? You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be intentional. One choice, one moment, one cut at a time. The masterpiece isn't waiting to be found, it's waiting to be shaped. So pick up the chisel and start carving. Your life is not a draft. It's the final piece. If this spoke to something deep in you, there's another video waiting on screen right now that will take you further down this path. Watch it next and keep building the life you were meant to live. Thank you for being a part of Stoic Journal. Have you ever cared so deeply for someone that when they left or grew distant, it felt like a part of you left with them? You shared moments, memories, maybe even parts of your identity, and then suddenly their absence becomes a presence of its own, heavy, confusing, hard to carry. You find yourself asking, how do I let go of someone who still lives in my thoughts? How do I stop feeling so attached without becoming bitter or numb? This is where the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics offers clarity. They did not teach us to suppress our emotions, but to master them. Not to stop caring, but to stop clinging. In this video, we will explore 5 powerful Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach while staying grounded in your own strength. If any part of you feels ready to reclaim peace, stay with me. What you find here may feel like something you've needed for a long time. Rule 1. Understand the impermanence of life. Have you ever tried to hold on to someone so tightly that the harder you tried, the more distant they became? Maybe it was a friend you once spoke to every day, or a partner you thought would stay forever. One day they're in your world, part of your routine, your identity even, and the next, it's like they slowly vanished without explanation. No fight, no closure, just silence. And in that silence, we often suffer, not just because they're gone, but because we never prepared for the fact that they could leave. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." When we get emotionally attached, we don't just bond with people, we build stories around them. We imagine permanence where there is none. We create meaning that may not be shared. And we convince ourselves that this connection is fixed, solid, guaranteed. But it never is. The Stoics knew that all things in life are fleeting, that nothing truly belongs to us, not people, not moments, not even our own youth. This is why the first rule of emotional detachment is to understand impermanence. The Stoics didn't view this as pessimism. They saw it as preparation. If you accept that everything in life will eventually change, you stop clinging. You begin to appreciate each moment as it comes, rather than gripping it out of fear of loss. I remember a friendship I had that lasted over a decade. We were close in a way that felt unshakable. We knew each other's secrets, dreams, fears. We had late-night conversations that stretched until morning. But slowly, as life changed, so did the friendship. Texts came less often. Calls stopped. I found myself holding on tighter, trying to revive what once was, sending messages, initiating meetups, pretending nothing had changed. But it had, and every time I reached out, it felt like I was dragging something heavy, something lifeless. Still, I couldn't let go. Why? Because in my mind, that friendship was supposed to last forever. I was grieving a story I had written, not the truth of what was happening. It wasn't until I truly accepted that the friendship had run its course that I felt free. There was no dramatic ending, no betrayal, just the natural fade that life sometimes brings. And in that realization, I remembered Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Accept everything which happens, even if it seems disagreeable, because it leads to the health of the universe. Letting go wasn't about giving up. It was about returning to the present moment, where peace actually lives. Think of impermanence like a tide. You can't stop the waves no matter how hard you try, and when you resist their pull, you only exhaust yourself. But if you learn to float, to move with the current rather than against it, you begin to experience a strange kind of calm, because you're no longer trying to own what was never meant to be kept. The Stoics trained themselves to embrace this truth daily. They practiced a mental exercise called premeditatio malorum, imagining loss before it happened, not to suffer twice, but to suffer less. They would remind themselves, this person I love may leave, this thing I value may break, this season of life will not last. And in doing so, they became stronger, calmer, more present. It's easy to believe that if something mattered to you, it should last forever. But life doesn't work that way. Friendships drift, love fades, people grow apart. That's not a tragedy, it's a rhythm. And when you understand the rhythm, you stop fighting the beat. So ask yourself, what emotional weight are you still carrying simply because you haven't accepted the impermanence of what you lost? Are you mourning the loss itself or the illusion that it would never change? Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering clearly, without the distortion of clinging. It means honoring what was real without needing it to last forever. Embrace the truth. People come and go, but your peace, your ability to stay centered as life shifts, is something you can build and protect. Because in the end, the person who accepts the flow of life suffers less than the one who tries to dam the river. Now that you understand the foundation of detachment, let's go deeper, because knowing life changes is only part of the battle. The next step is learning how to take control of your inner world when emotions try to overpower your reason. Let's explore how your mind, not your mood, determines your peace. Rule 2. Master your emotions through rational thought. Have you ever sent a message to someone you care about, maybe something vulnerable, something honest, and then waited for a reply that never came? The hours pass, your chest tightens, your thoughts spiral. Did I say something wrong? Are they upset with me? Are they done with me? Before you know it, your mind has turned a single moment of silence into an emotional storm. But pause for a second and ask, what actually happened? They didn't respond, that's it. The rest, every anxious thought, every heavy emotion, was something your mind created. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The Stoics believed that emotions are not facts. They are the result of how we think. Pain, sadness, anger, they feel automatic, but they don't come from what happens to us. They come from the meaning we assign to what happens. That's the hard truth. And it's also the liberating one. The second rule of emotional detachment is to master your emotions by mastering your thoughts. This doesn't mean you shut down or suppress how you feel. It means you question the story behind the feeling. Epictetus said it best. It's not things that upset us, but our judgments about things. In other words, life doesn't hurt you, your interpretation of life does. Let's say you're going through a breakup. The relationship ends, and suddenly you feel like you're falling apart. You replay every conversation. You obsess over what you should have said, what you could have done differently. You ask, how could they move on so quickly? Why didn't it matter more to them? But what if you interrupted that cycle and asked yourself instead, what are the actual facts here? The relationship ended. That's the fact. Everything else, the meaning you give it, the worth you assign to yourself because of it, is a product of thought. And thoughts can be changed. I once went through something like this with a close friend. We had a deep conversation one evening, something personal, and I felt like we were truly connected. The next day, I sent them a message following up. No reply. Hours went by. Then a full day. By the end of the night, I was convinced something was wrong. I must have said too much. Maybe I crossed a line. Maybe the friendship was ruined. My thoughts were racing and my emotions followed. But the next morning, they replied as if nothing had happened. Turns out they had a family emergency and hadn't looked at their phone. They weren't upset. They weren't pulling away. They were simply unavailable. That moment taught me something powerful. My suffering wasn't caused by their silence. It was caused by my interpretation of their silence. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." I had let my mind dye the situation with fear, insecurity, and false meaning. When I could have waited in peace, I chose to suffer in speculation. That's the choice we all face every day. Will you believe every thought your mind throws at you? Or will you slow down and ask, is this real or just a reaction? When we stop accepting every emotional reaction as truth, we begin to take back control. We realize that mastering our emotions isn't about becoming robotic. It's about becoming sovereign. It's about choosing thoughts that serve our peace instead of ones that poison it. So, the next time you feel the storm building, when you're angry, hurt, or anxious, ask yourself, what am I actually reacting to? What are the facts? And what story am I creating on top of them? This kind of inner questioning isn't easy. It takes discipline. It takes awareness. But it's the only way to stop being ruled by emotions that were never rooted in reality. And when you begin to think clearly, you begin to feel clearly. That is where true detachment begins. Now that you've started to reclaim the power of your mind, it's time to build the emotional resilience that keeps you steady even when loss is inevitable. In the next rule, you'll learn how to prepare your heart for change before it comes, so that when life shifts, you stay standing. Let's continue. Rule 3. Practice negative visualization for resilience. Have you ever caught yourself fearing the worst and then instantly trying to block that thought out? Like imagining someone you love suddenly leaving, or your whole life shifting without warning, and you shake it off, telling yourself, don't think like that, stay positive. We've been taught to avoid these thoughts. But what if the Stoics believed the opposite? What if facing those fears, deliberately, calmly, and with discipline, was actually the path to strength? Marcus Aurelius, writing in the quiet hours of war and political burden, once said, "Do not disturb yourself by imagining the whole of your life's troubles at once. Rather, as each arises, meet it with calmness and self-control." The Stoics weren't telling us to dwell in darkness. They were teaching us to train for it. They called it premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity, or in modern terms, negative visualization. At first, it sounds counterintuitive. Why would anyone intentionally picture losing what they love? But the truth is, everything you care about is temporary. Your relationships, your routines, even your own body. You can ignore that, or you can prepare for it. And preparation doesn't harden your heart. It strengthens your spirit. A few years ago, one of my closest friends told me they were thinking about moving across the world. We had been inseparable, daily calls, inside jokes, deep talks about life and purpose, and suddenly there was a real chance that I'd wake up one day and they wouldn't be here anymore. My first instinct was to deny it, to say, "No way, it won't happen, I'll figure something out." But that resistance only made the fear worse. Then I remembered the Stoics. I began practicing what they taught. Every morning I'd take a few minutes to imagine what life would be like if they were gone, not as a punishment, but as preparation. I'd picture sitting alone at the coffee shop where we used to meet. I'd visualize coming home after a rough day and not having their voice on the other end of a call. And then I'd keep going. I'd imagine new routines, different conversations, fresh ways to grow without them. When the day finally came, and they did move, it still hurt, but the pain didn't crush me. I had already walked through that goodbye in my mind 100 times, and because of that, I didn't fall apart. I adapted. That's the power of negative visualization. You don't do it to suffer in advance. You do it to weaken the shock, to remind yourself that you can survive what you fear. That loss is not the end, it's a transition. Seneca echoed this when he wrote, "He robs present ills of their power who has perceived their coming beforehand." When you stop expecting everything to stay the same, you stop feeling entitled to permanence. And when you let go of that entitlement, you let go of the fear that tries to grip you every time something feels fragile. Think about your own life. Maybe you're in a relationship right now, constantly worried that it might end. Maybe you overthink every message, every delay in response, every shift in tone. You tell yourself you're just being cautious, but really, you're afraid of losing what you think you can't live without. What if, instead of fighting that fear, you walked straight into it? Picture the worst-case scenario. Let yourself feel it. Then go one step further. Visualize your life after. What you'd rebuild, who you'd become, the friendships you'd deepen, the strength you'd discover. When you do this regularly, the grip of fear begins to loosen. You stop needing guarantees. You start trusting your own resilience. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you care less. It means you live with clarity. You enjoy what you have while you have it, and you prepare your mind for the moment it may no longer be there. That's not morbid, that's wisdom. So the next time you find yourself clinging tightly, ask, what am I afraid to lose? And what would it look like if I could lose it and still stand tall? Because that is the true heart of Stoic resilience, not avoiding loss, but walking through the possibility of it and realizing you are still whole. Now that you've strengthened your mind to face potential loss, it's time to shift your focus to what you actually have power over. In the next rule, we'll explore the most liberating Stoic principle of all: learning to let go of everything you can't control. Let's move forward. Rule 4. Focus on what you can control. Have you ever felt like you were doing everything right, being thoughtful, present, giving your best to someone, and still it wasn't enough? They grew distant, they pulled away, and no matter how much effort you put in, it felt like you were chasing a shadow that kept slipping through your hands. That sense of helplessness, of giving everything and still losing, can eat you alive. It leaves you wondering, what more could I have done? How do I fix this? But here's a truth the Stoics knew well. Suffering often begins the moment we try to control what isn't ours to command. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That single sentence carries a lifetime of freedom. Because if we're honest, much of our emotional pain, especially in relationships, comes from our desperate attempt to control the uncontrollable. Their feelings, their decisions, their behavior. We bend, we adjust, we perform, all in the hope that they will stay or love us the way we love them. But it never works, because no matter how perfect you try to be, you cannot govern someone else's heart. I remember being in a relationship where I constantly felt like I had to earn my place. I'd plan thoughtful dates, send kind messages, try to anticipate their needs. But the more I gave, the less I felt seen. They would withdraw, and I would try harder. It became a cycle, me pouring out more, them pulling further away. It wasn't until I was completely burned out that I realized the problem wasn't that I wasn't enough. The problem was that I was trying to control how they felt about me, and that was never in my hands to begin with. That's what this rule is about. Focusing only on what you can control, your thoughts, your actions, your choices. Nothing more. You can't make someone care. You can't force someone to value you. But you can choose how you show up. You can choose whether you stay in a dynamic that drains you or walk away with self-respect. The moment I stopped trying to manage their emotions and started managing my own expectations, something shifted. I found peace, not because they changed, but because I did. I let go of the illusion that I could make the relationship work through sheer effort. And in that letting go, I reclaimed my energy. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." And one of the greatest wastes is trying to fix people who don't want to be fixed, or waiting on validation that may never come. When your happiness depends on someone else's attention, you've given them power over your peace. That's not love. That's captivity. Imagine you're in a friendship where you constantly feel overlooked. You're the one reaching out, checking in, keeping the connection alive, but they never meet you halfway. Naturally, it hurts. You start wondering if you said something wrong. You replay conversations, searching for the moment everything shifted. But the Stoic answer is not to spiral. It's to pause, to ask, what is actually mine to own here? You can't force them to show up. You can't make them prioritize you. But you can decide whether you want to keep investing in someone who doesn't invest in you. That choice is yours, and within that choice lies your freedom. Emotional detachment in this context is not about shutting people out. It's about releasing the need for them to be any different than they are. It's about stopping the chase. You stop making your peace conditional on their presence, their affection, their approval. You create emotional autonomy, a self that stands steady, no matter who comes or goes. There was a point in my life when I realized I was giving too much weight to how others treated me. If someone was warm, I felt worthy. If someone was cold, I felt rejected. I was living on a roller coaster of reactions I couldn't control. But when I began applying Stoic principles, something powerful happened. I started anchoring my worth in who I chose to be, not in how others responded. And that changed everything. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The pain you feel right now, the rejection, the confusion, the longing, that is your path. Not to fix the other person, but to fix your focus. So, if you're asking yourself, what can I do to make them come back? How do I make this right? You're asking the wrong questions. Ask instead, what is mine to control? What is mine to release? Because once you let go of what you can't control, you begin to rise. Not in bitterness, but in clarity. And now that you've learned to reclaim your power, we'll take it one step further. In the next rule, you'll see how stepping back and looking at the bigger picture can dissolve the illusion that this one person or moment defines your worth. Let's keep going. Rule 5. Reflect on the bigger picture. Have you ever been so overwhelmed by the end of a relationship that it felt like your entire world collapsed, like nothing else mattered, like your future had been erased? When you're in that emotional fog, it's hard to see anything beyond the present pain. Every hour feels heavier. Every memory stings. And the question running through your mind is always the same. How am I supposed to move on from this? This is exactly where the Stoic perspective becomes not just useful, but life-saving. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have to assemble your life yourself, action by action, and be satisfied if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." In other words, zoom out. This moment you're drowning in, it is not your whole story. It's a scene, not the script. When we're emotionally attached to someone, our vision narrows. They become the center of everything. Our happiness, our worth, our future. It all gets tied to their presence. So when they leave or disappoint us, we feel like we've lost ourselves too. But the truth is, you were always more than that one person. You were always more than that chapter. I once went through a breakup that felt like the end of my world. Not because they did something terrible, but because I had wrapped so much of my identity around them. I had stopped seeing the bigger picture of my life. For weeks, I couldn't sleep, couldn't think straight. Everything felt dimmer, but eventually something shifted. I took a long walk one night alone under a sky full of stars, and for the first time I asked myself, will this matter in 5 years? Does this person truly define the meaning of my life? That single question cracked the illusion. I began to remember the other parts of me that existed long before that relationship, the passions, the people, the purpose. Slowly, I started to rebuild, and what helped most wasn't distraction. It was perspective. I realized that the breakup wasn't the ending, it was just a turning point in a much longer, richer journey. That's what the Stoics teach us, to view life from a higher altitude, to remember that every storm eventually clears, and when it does, you'll still be here, stronger, wiser, and more grounded than before. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that our fears, our attachments, and even our grief are fleeting in the grand flow of time. Time is like a river, he wrote, made up of events that happen, and a violent stream, for as soon as a thing has been seen, it is carried away, and another comes in its place. So if you're hurting right now, I'm not telling you to pretend it doesn't hurt. I'm asking you to look wider. Step back. Look at the 5-year timeline of your life, the 10-year view. How many moments like this have you already survived? And every single time you rose, every single time you became someone you weren't before. That's not a coincidence. That's growth. When you reflect on the bigger picture, you begin to loosen the grip that temporary people or moments have on your permanent peace. You stop giving one season the power to define your entire journey. And when you do that, you stop reacting from panic and start responding from purpose. So if this message speaks to something real in you, I invite you to take one small action. Comment the word perspective down below. Just that. A simple reminder to zoom out, to breathe, and to remember. This moment is not the whole of your life. And if you've made it this far, consider subscribing. This space is here for people like you, people who want to think deeper, live calmer, and rise stronger. Because emotional detachment isn't about shutting down. It's about waking up to how big your life truly is. Let this be the start of that awakening. And if you're ready to keep building that clarity, I've got something special coming next. You've just walked through the fire of detachment. You've learned what it means to let go with clarity, to see people as they are, not as you hoped they'd be. You've faced the grief of emotional distance and the truth that not everything broken is meant to be fixed. But here's what most people don't realize. Detachment is not the finish line. It's the threshold. Because once you stop chasing what no longer serves your peace, the question becomes, what are you running toward? You're no longer gripping the past. But what are you holding now? Silence, emptiness, or space? A space ready to be filled with something stronger, something more real. This is the sacred turning point. The moment where clarity must become action. Where letting go must evolve into building, where your energy, once scattered trying to save someone else, is finally returned to you. Now the work begins, not of forgetting, but of forging, not of avoiding pain, but of rising through it. Now you begin the deeper Stoic path, the one that doesn't just teach you how to stop caring about the wrong people, but how to start becoming the right person for yourself. Because true Stoicism was never about suppression, it was about transformation. Not becoming less emotional, but becoming more unshakable, more self-anchored, more rooted in what you control and who you are becoming. So in part 2, we go deeper. We move beyond detachment and step into self-mastery, into what it means to rebuild from the inside out, into how you stop being a reaction to what hurt you and start becoming a force that no longer depends on anyone to feel whole. You're not here just to survive the loss. You're here to rise with new vision, to build a life so meaningful, so self-led, that no departure can ever unseat your peace again. Let's begin. Rule 1. You don't owe anyone your breakdown. Have you ever found yourself giving everything just to hold a relationship together until you realized you were the only one holding it at all? You tried to talk it through. You tried to be more patient, more forgiving, more understanding. You gave more than you had to give. And still, nothing changed. They kept pulling away and you kept reaching, thinking maybe if you just tried a little harder, they'd come back. This is the trap so many fall into. The belief that love means sacrifice at any cost. That if someone is slipping away, it's your job to grab tighter. That if they're unhappy, it's your job to fix it. But the Stoics would tell you otherwise. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." That doesn't mean tolerating being used. It means maintaining your integrity even when others lose theirs. It means being responsible for your peace, not someone else's chaos. You were not put here to be someone's emotional firefighter. You were not born to bleed quietly so someone else can avoid their healing. The Stoic way is not coldness, it's clarity. And clarity means recognizing when you've crossed from compassion into self-destruction. I remember a story about a woman who spent years in a relationship with a man who refused to grow. He would disappear emotionally for days, only to reappear with excuses. And each time, she would open her arms. She thought if she showed enough love, he would finally choose to stay. One night, after another long silence, he told her, "I never asked you to care so much." And that broke her. Not because it was cruel, but because it was true. He never asked, but she kept offering. She had confused her willingness to help with responsibility. She thought that carrying his burdens proved her worth. In reality, it only buried her beneath someone else's problems. Seneca once said, "He who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary." The suffering you carry because of someone else's neglect is not noble, it's misplaced. You don't need to explain yourself to those who have already decided not to understand you. You don't need to lose your identity trying to hold together something that's falling apart because one person refuses to meet you halfway. Detachment in this case isn't a lack of love. It's the highest form of respect for yourself. It's looking at someone and saying, I care about you, but I will not destroy myself to prove it. It's stepping out of the role of the rescuer and realizing that your energy is too sacred to waste on saving someone who has no interest in saving themselves. The moment you stop setting yourself on fire to keep someone else warm, something incredible happens. You feel lighter. You start to see the difference between connection and codependency. You begin to reclaim the parts of yourself that were always begging for air beneath all the emotional weight. And maybe the hardest part, no one's going to give you permission to stop. You have to choose it. You have to decide that your peace matters more than their approval, that your dignity matters more than their confusion, that your silence might be the only language they'll ever understand. The Stoics teach us to act with virtue, not to be martyrs, to show up with compassion, but never at the cost of clarity, to give without expectation, but never give ourselves away. So if you're stuck in that place, always explaining, always fixing, always giving more than you're receiving, step back. Not because you're cold, but because you're finally clear. And once you learn to protect that peace, the next step is even more powerful. Building a life so full, so rooted in your own values, that you no longer chase what walked away. Let's move forward. Rule 2. Build a life so full, you don't chase what's gone. There's a certain silence that follows the end of a connection. The texts stop. The calls don't come. The routines that once gave structure to your day vanish overnight. And in that silence, it's easy to confuse absence with emptiness. You start to think, I feel this way because they're gone. But what if the truth is deeper than that? What if what you're really feeling isn't just the loss of a person, but the space where your own life should have been? The Stoics were never obsessed with people. They were obsessed with principles, with building a life that stands strong on its own. Seneca said, a great mind becomes a great fortune. Meaning, if you want to stop being shaken by what leaves, start building what no one can take from you. After a breakup, most people try to fill the void with distraction, new people, new pleasures, noise. But Stoicism teaches the opposite. Don't run from the space they left. Step into it. Let it be the room where you finally grow. I knew a man once who lost the woman he thought he would marry. She ended things suddenly. No explanation, just silence. For weeks he was paralyzed, grieving not only her, but the identity he had built around being with her. But then something changed. He stopped checking her social media. He stopped replaying old conversations. And he made a list of all the things he had postponed for the relationship, goals he had shelved, hobbies he had let die, friendships he had neglected. He started rebuilding, not to prove anything, but to remember who he was before he forgot. He went back to the gym. He picked up painting again. He spent weekends with people who didn't drain him. He stopped living on borrowed attention and started living from within. Months later, she reached out. But by then, he no longer needed closure. He had become someone whose life was simply too full to chase what was already gone. That's the kind of resilience Stoicism builds, not the kind that says, I don't care anymore, but the kind that says, I'm building something so grounded, so meaningful, that I don't have time to chase what walked away. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. That's not just poetic, it's a blueprint. Your routines, your body, your career, your learning. These are not distractions from heartbreak. They are the foundation of freedom. Letting go isn't just about removing someone from your life. It's about filling that space with everything you've been neglecting. When your world no longer revolves around one person, it starts to open up. You notice beauty again. You develop skills. You gain strength. You become attractive in a way that has nothing to do with romance and everything to do with power. So instead of asking, how do I get them back? Ask, what can I build now that they're gone? Because that's the shift. That's where detachment becomes transformation. Your grief deserves space, but so does your growth. Don't fill the silence they left behind with longing. Fill it with purpose, with motion, with creation. And the more you do, the less their absence feels like a loss, and the more it begins to feel like the beginning of your return to yourself. Next, we'll go even deeper into this transformation, into how rejection, instead of being a wound, can actually become a doorway. Because what feels like being pushed away might just be the universe repositioning you for something greater. Let's continue. Rule 3. Turn rejection into inner reinvention. There's a moment after rejection that feels like the world stops turning. You hear the silence, you read the message, you feel the coldness in their tone, and somewhere inside, something collapses. Not just your plans with them, but the story you were writing around them, the future you imagined, the identity you tied to being chosen by them. Rejection hits deeper than we like to admit, not because of what we lose, but because of what it forces us to confront about ourselves. But the Stoics saw rejection differently. To them, rejection wasn't a punishment, it was a revelation. Seneca said, "It is when we are cast out that we find better ground." When you are pushed away, it's not always the world turning its back on you. Sometimes it's life removing what's unstable so you can rebuild on solid truth. Most people respond to rejection by shrinking. They overanalyze. They blame themselves. They wonder what was missing, what went wrong, what they should have said or done differently. But the wiser question isn't, why didn't they choose me? It's, why was I waiting to be chosen in the first place? I once knew a man who applied for his dream job, something he'd been working toward for years. He made it to the final round. His hopes were high. His interview was strong. But then came the email. "We've decided to go in a different direction." He was crushed. For weeks, he spiraled, not because of the job itself, but because his identity was so attached to that one outcome. It wasn't just a career opportunity that got rejected. It was a version of himself he had built entirely around someone else's approval. But then he did something radical. Instead of staying in that pit, he turned inward. He asked himself the hard questions. What am I really after? What version of me do I want to become with or without that title? He went back to his roots. He studied, created, built. A year later, he launched his own business in the same industry. The irony, that same company later reached out to collaborate. He no longer needed their validation because he had already validated himself. That's the shift. Rejection is not a closed door, it's a mirror. It shows you where you were giving your power away. It reflects back your deepest insecurities, your hidden dependencies. And if you're brave enough to face that mirror, it becomes a chisel. You don't just look at yourself, you reshape yourself. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Rejection is not an obstacle to avoid. It is the raw material of reinvention. It is the beginning of a version of you that doesn't beg for belonging, but builds its own ground. This doesn't mean you won't feel the sting. You will. The Stoic doesn't deny emotion. He studies it. He asks, what does this teach me about my ego, my expectations, my illusions? And then he lets the lesson burn away everything that isn't real. You are not here to be someone's option. You are not here to wait at the door of approval. You are here to build something so rooted, so solid, that rejection becomes irrelevant, not because you're numb, but because you've finally remembered your own worth. So the next time you hear no, let it echo as a reminder, not of your failure, but of your freedom, not of your lack, but of your potential. Because what left wasn't the whole of you, it was simply the part that wasn't meant to come with you to your next chapter. And in that next chapter, you'll need more than clarity. You'll need emotional wisdom, the ability to love without losing yourself. That's what we'll explore in the next rule, how to detach without becoming numb. Let's keep going. Rule 4. Detach without becoming numb. There's a moment in healing when you confuse silence with strength. You tell yourself you're getting better because you've stopped reaching out. You no longer cry. You no longer ask. You no longer feel the sting when their name shows up. But deep down, you also don't feel much of anything at all. You haven't healed. You've hardened. You haven't grown stronger. You've simply gone numb. And that's not Stoicism. That's quiet survival. And you deserve more than that. Stoicism does not ask us to become emotionally cold. It does not praise indifference or numbness. What it offers is far more difficult and far more noble. It asks us to become emotionally wise. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it. That judgment, if left unchecked, becomes either obsessive attachment or complete emotional shutdown." The Stoic walks a different path, not to escape emotion, but to understand it, to master it, to live beside it without becoming ruled by it. To detach without becoming numb is the art of warm separation. It's when your care is genuine, but not enslaving. When you can love someone deeply, but not lose yourself trying to keep them. When you can give, not to be needed, but simply because giving aligns with who you are. It's a subtle strength, one that doesn't need to be loud to be unshakable. I once heard the story of a man named Elias who was married for 7 years to a woman he adored. They had built a life that looked picture perfect from the outside, but inside, the emotional intimacy had faded. She no longer saw him. Not really. Her words were clipped. Her attention was elsewhere. Still, he held on, not because he didn't see the truth, but because he didn't know how to walk away from something he'd poured so much into. One night, he found her journal accidentally left open. Not out of snooping, but out of an instinct, he read a page. It was filled with reflections about how distant she felt from him, how trapped she felt, how she longed for something more passionate, more alive. His first reaction was devastation. His second was detachment. But not the kind that heals, the kind that numbs. For months, he moved through his days on autopilot. No arguments, no tears. Just silence. Everyone thought he was handling it well, but the truth, he felt nothing. He had buried every emotion under the weight of pretending to be stoic, when in reality he was just afraid of feeling too much. It wasn't until a friend confronted him asking, "When did you stop showing up for yourself?" that he cracked open. For the first time he admitted that he missed her, that he was angry, that he felt discarded. And in naming those feelings, not avoiding them, he began to find clarity. He didn't explode. He didn't collapse. He simply told her the truth. "I love you, but I refuse to become invisible to keep this alive." And with that, he let go, not with coldness, but with calm, not with blame, but with boundaries. That is what it means to detach without becoming numb. You don't sever your heart, you stretch it toward yourself. You don't abandon the idea of love. You refine it. You don't retreat from intimacy. You become more discerning about who earns access to your inner life. Seneca said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. That friction, that trial, is not in feeling nothing, it's in feeling fully without becoming consumed. It's in showing compassion while still walking away. It's in letting someone go without shutting yourself off from love forever. To detach in the Stoic way is to live with open eyes and an open heart, but a spine made of tempered steel. You don't let pain harden you. You let it sharpen your awareness. You don't become emotionless. You become emotionally sovereign. The world will tell you that numbness is strength, that cutting people off is power, that disappearing is maturity. But Stoicism teaches something far more radical. Real strength is staying present, staying soft, staying principled. Even in the face of rejection or loss, it's having the courage to feel and still choosing virtue over bitterness. So if you're navigating detachment right now, ask yourself, are you building walls or are you building boundaries? Are you shutting down or are you sitting with the discomfort until clarity emerges? Are you withdrawing in fear or stepping back with intention? Because the point is not to feel less. The point is to feel everything and still be able to choose your response. That is warm detachment. That is emotional maturity. That is Stoic power. And once you master that balance between feeling deeply and standing firmly, you begin to unlock the final truth. The truth that you never needed them to complete you. You were already whole. They were just a chapter. Let's turn the page together. Rule 5. You were always whole. They were just a chapter. There comes a moment in the healing process when the fog starts to lift. The silence becomes less deafening. The questions lose their grip. You no longer replay the same conversations in your mind or obsess over the what-ifs and if-onlys. And in that quiet space, something unexpected happens. You begin to feel your own weight again. Not as a burden, but as a presence, a fullness, a center. And for the first time in a long time, you realize you were never broken, just distracted from yourself. When someone leaves, it often feels like they've taken something with them. A piece of you, a part of your identity, your sense of home, of safety, of meaning. But that's an illusion. Because nothing essential can be taken from you. Not your values, not your growth, not your soul. What they carried was not your worth. It was simply the role they played in a chapter of your life. And like any chapter, it was meant to end. The Stoics were masters at helping us see life in proportion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." And what greater outside event is there than the presence or absence of another human being? But if you spend your life measuring your value by who comes and who stays, you'll never stand still long enough to become who you truly are. You are not defined by who stayed. You are not diminished by who walked away. And you're not waiting to be completed by someone who may never return. You were whole before they arrived. You are whole now. You simply forgot that wholeness can feel quiet when you've gotten used to emotional noise. I remember a story about a young man who fell deeply in love during a season of his life when he felt most unsure of himself. She brought color into his days, meaning to his routines. They planned everything together, from holidays to future homes, to the names of children they hadn't even conceived. It felt like the world finally made sense through her. But when it ended, he was wrecked. He didn't know how to be without her, because somewhere along the way, she had become the story, and he had become a side character in his own life. For months, he couldn't sleep. He searched for closure, sent long texts that went unanswered, reread old messages like scriptures, but nothing brought her back. And eventually, not out of strength but from sheer exhaustion, he stopped reaching. And in that space, the strangest thing happened. He picked up his guitar again. He reconnected with friends. He began writing, not about her, but about himself. His voice returned. His spine straightened. And slowly, he began to remember what it felt like to live without orbiting someone else. One evening, sitting alone on a balcony with a cup of coffee and no need to explain himself to anyone, he thought, "I'm okay." Not because the pain was gone, but because the pain had finally done its job. It had carved space for him to come back home to himself. That's the Stoic gift of perspective. It reminds us that time doesn't erase meaning, but it does reveal it. What once felt like the end of everything becomes just a turning point. What once consumed you becomes something you outgrow. And what once defined you becomes a footnote in the story you're still writing. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." If heartbreak is a form of adversity, then detachment is the proof of growth. It's not about forgetting, it's about remembering who you were before you bent your identity to fit someone else's love. So yes, they mattered. Yes, they shaped you. But they were not the whole book. They were a chapter, a paragraph, a sentence, maybe a single beautiful word. But you are the author. And this page, this is the one where you stop writing for someone else's attention and begin crafting something much deeper for your own integrity. Because the greatest form of freedom is not moving on, it's moving into yourself, into your values, into your quiet, into your power. You will love again, but not from emptiness, from fullness, not to be rescued, but to share, not to find meaning, but to offer it. And when you do, it won't feel like losing yourself again. It will feel like finding someone who finally recognizes how whole you already are. This is not the end. It's just the part where you remember that everything you were searching for in someone else, you've always carried within. All you had to do was pause long enough to hear your own voice again. So take a breath, close that chapter, and walk forward, not with bitterness, not with regret, but with the quiet confidence of someone who has finally come home to themselves. So the next time you feel yourself clinging too tightly to someone who no longer shows up, to memories that no longer serve you, or to a version of love that only lives in your mind, pause, just pause, and ask yourself, gently but honestly, who has more control here, my emotions or me? This is where emotional freedom begins. Not in cutting people off, not in pretending you no longer care, but in seeing clearly, in choosing clarity over chaos, peace over proving, stillness over struggle. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts. If your thoughts are painted in fear, in longing, in desperation, you'll drown in them. But if you train them toward virtue, strength, and inner steadiness, your soul becomes unshakable." Detachment isn't apathy, it is sacred discernment. It's the courage to walk away, not because you stopped loving, but because you started remembering your worth. It's the strength to let silence speak louder than arguments. And it's the wisdom to know that being ignored isn't always rejection. Sometimes it's redirection. You don't owe anyone your breakdown. You don't need to collapse just to prove you cared. The Stoic way is to feel fully, then act wisely, to process your grief, not perform it, to choose your response instead of reacting blindly. Because every time you respond with dignity instead of desperation, you take back power that was never theirs to hold. Letting go hurts, but so does holding on to something that quietly erodes your self-respect. And when you stop begging for closeness that costs you your center, you discover a quiet miracle. Yourself, stronger, clearer, still here. So, if this message found its way to you at the right moment, I invite you to leave a comment below with the words, "Inner Freedom." A reminder to yourself and others that peace isn't something you beg for, it's something you claim. And if this video gave you space to reflect, to feel, to exhale, then consider subscribing, not out of pressure, but as a quiet decision to walk deeper into this journey of clarity, calm, and conscious living. Because detachment is not the end, it's the beginning of authorship, of turning silence into strength and loss into wisdom. And in the next video, we'll explore what comes after letting go, how to rebuild a life so powerful, so rooted in who you are, that no person, no absence can ever take it from you again. Until then, be gentle with your healing, ruthless with your boundaries, and faithful to your own becoming. You are already enough. Now go protect that. You opened your eyes this morning. That alone is a miracle. But somewhere between waking up and facing the mirror, you forgot. You forgot that you're worthy. You forgot that you matter. You forgot that the most important love story of your life isn't out there. It's right here with you. Self-love. Two simple words that hold the power to transform everything. Yet for most of your life, you've been taught that loving yourself is selfish, that putting yourself first is wrong, that caring for your own heart is somehow less important than caring for everyone else's. So, you gave and gave until you were empty. You prioritized others until you disappeared. You loved everyone except the one person who needed it most, you. Today, that narrative ends. Today, you remember. Today, you reclaim the most sacred relationship you'll ever have, the one with yourself. Because everything in your life flows from this single source. Your peace, your joy, your boundaries, your dreams, your relationships, all of it begins with how you treat yourself when no one else is watching. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength begins with how you speak to yourself. It begins with recognizing that you're worthy, not because of what you accomplish or how others see you, but simply because you exist. Self-love is waking up and choosing kindness toward yourself before you choose anything else. It's saying no without guilt. It's resting without shame. It's feeding your soul the way you'd care for someone you deeply cherish. Because you are that someone. You've always been. This isn't about perfection. It's about acceptance. It's about looking at your reflection and saying, "I see you. I hear you. I'm staying." Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. Self-love is the gentle hand that catches you when you stumble. The voice that says, "Try again," instead of "give up." So today, let this message sink deep into your bones. Let it remind you that loving yourself isn't the destination. It's the journey. Every day, you get to choose it again. Every morning, you get to begin again. And the more you practice this sacred act of self-love, the more you'll realize you were never too much or not enough. You were always exactly what you needed to be. Before we go deeper, I need you to do something for me. If this message is already touching your heart, hit that like button. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it today. And if you're ready to transform your mornings and your life, subscribe to this channel. Don't skip a single part of this video. Stay with me. Your soul needs this. If your heart just said yes, type this now. I am worthy of my own love. Number 1. The mirror of truth. Every morning you pass by mirrors. Sometimes you glance, sometimes you stare, sometimes you look away. But how often do you really see yourself? Not the surface, not the imperfections you've been trained to focus on, but the soul behind the eyes. The heart that's been beating for you since day one, the spirit that's carried you through every storm. Self-love begins with honest seeing. It begins when you stop comparing your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 20. It begins when you stop using other people's definitions of beauty, success, and worth to measure yourself. The world has given you 1,000 mirrors that distort your reflection, making you believe you're not enough until you look a certain way, achieve certain things, or receive certain validations. But here's the truth that will set you free. You are already whole, not broken, not incomplete, not waiting to become worthy. You are worthy now, in this moment, exactly as you are. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught, "No one can hurt you without your consent, and that includes you. You cannot hurt yourself with harsh judgments and cruel self-talk without your own consent." Today, you withdraw that consent. Stand in front of that mirror differently today. Look into your own eyes and recognize the warrior looking back. That person has survived 100% of their worst days. That person has kept going when giving up seemed easier. That person has loved, lost, stumbled, risen, tried again. That person deserves your respect, your compassion, your love. The mirror of truth isn't about ignoring areas where you want to grow. It's about seeing the whole picture. Yes, you have flaws. Everyone does. Yes, you've made mistakes. Everyone has. But you also have strengths that are uniquely yours. You have a laugh that brightens rooms. You have hands that create, comfort, and build. You have a mind full of thoughts that matter. You have a presence that impacts others in ways you'll never fully know. When you practice self-love, you practice accurate seeing. You stop magnifying your weaknesses while minimizing your strengths. You stop giving yourself the harshest criticism you'd never give a friend. You start treating yourself with the same grace you extend to others. You start believing that your needs matter, your feelings are valid, and your dreams are worth pursuing. This doesn't mean you become arrogant or self-absorbed. True self-love is humble. It recognizes that you're human, beautifully flawed, doing your best with what you have. It recognizes that you're learning, growing, evolving. It recognizes that some days you'll shine and some days you'll struggle, and both versions of you deserve love. The mirror of truth also means facing what you've been avoiding. Maybe it's acknowledging that you're tired and need rest. Maybe it's admitting that a relationship is draining you. Maybe it's recognizing that you've been living someone else's dream instead of your own. Self-love gives you the courage to face these truths without falling apart. It gives you the strength to say, "This needs to change, and I'm worth the effort it takes to change it." Start today with this practice. Look at yourself and say 3 kind truths out loud. Not generic compliments, but genuine recognitions. I showed up today even though it was hard. I was kind to that stranger. I'm learning to set boundaries. Let your own voice be the first voice of encouragement you hear each day. The world will give you plenty of criticism. It will point out your flaws, your failures, your shortcomings. But when you look in the mirror and choose to see yourself through eyes of love, you build an inner fortress that no external judgment can penetrate. You build a foundation of self-worth that doesn't crumble when life gets hard. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Confine yourself to the present." The mirror of truth isn't about dwelling on past versions of yourself or anxiously awaiting future versions. It's about loving who you are right now, in this present moment. Because this present moment is all you truly have. And the you that exists right now is deserving of your love. So, look again. See yourself clearly. See yourself kindly. See yourself truly. And let that vision guide how you treat yourself for the rest of this day. See yourself clearly. See yourself kindly. Comment, "I see my true worth." Number 2. The garden you tend. Your mind is a garden. Every thought you plant is a seed. Every belief you water becomes a tree. Every pattern you repeat creates the landscape of your inner world. And right now, if you look around that garden honestly, what do you see? Is it blooming with flowers of kindness or overrun with weeds of self-doubt? Are you planting seeds of possibility or letting thorns of old pain take over? Self-love is the act of becoming a conscious gardener of your own mind. It's recognizing that you have more control than you think over what grows inside you. You can't control every seed that lands in your garden. Life throws plenty at you without permission. But you absolutely control which ones you water, which ones you nurture, and which ones you pull out by the roots. For too long, maybe you've been watering the wrong things. Watering the voice that says you're not good enough. Feeding the belief that you're behind everyone else. Nurturing the fear that you'll never change. These are weeds disguised as truth, and they've been choking out the beautiful things trying to grow in you. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Your mind will create gardens of suffering if you let it run wild without care. But when you practice self-love, you become intentional. You start asking, is this thought helping me grow or holding me back? Is this belief serving me or harming me? Does this pattern deserve my energy? Think about how you speak to yourself in moments of failure. When you make a mistake, do you say, "I'm so stupid, I always mess things up"? Or do you say, "That didn't go as planned, but I'm learning"? The difference isn't just semantics. It's the difference between planting poison and planting nourishment. Self-love means catching those harsh words before they take root and replacing them with truth that helps you grow. This doesn't mean toxic positivity. It doesn't mean pretending everything is fine when it's not. A good gardener doesn't ignore the weeds or pretend the drought isn't happening. They face reality and work with it. Self-love is honest. It says, yes, I'm struggling right now, and I'm going to be gentle with myself through it. It says, this is hard, and I'm allowed to feel this, and I'm still worthy of care. Your garden also needs pruning. There are relationships that drain you, commitments that exhaust you, habits that no longer serve you. Self-love gives you permission to cut away what's dead, so new growth can happen. This isn't selfish. This is survival. A tree that refuses to drop its dead branches will eventually collapse under their weight. You are allowed to let go of what's weighing you down. And here's what's beautiful. When you tend your inner garden with love, it affects everything around you. People feel the difference. They notice your peace. They're drawn to your authenticity. They see someone who respects themselves enough to protect their energy, and it gives them permission to do the same. Your self-love becomes an invitation for others to love themselves too. Start paying attention to your self-talk today. Notice when you're planting weeds. Stop mid-thought if you need to, and replant something kinder. When you catch yourself thinking, I can't do this, pause and ask, is that true, or is that fear talking? When you hear, I'm not as good as them, stop and ask, why am I comparing my journey to theirs? Feed your mind the way you'd feed a beloved garden. Give it sunlight through time in nature. Give it water through rest and stillness. Give it nutrients through books, conversations, and experiences that make you grow. Pull the weeds by questioning negative patterns. Plant new seeds by trying things that scare you, by speaking kindly to yourself, by believing in your own potential. Remember, a garden doesn't bloom overnight. You won't transform your mind in a day, but every morning you wake up and choose to tend it with love, you're creating change. Every time you replace a harsh thought with a gentle one, you're planting new possibility. Every time you say no to what drains you and yes to what fills you, you're making space for beauty to grow. Your mind is the only garden you'll tend for your entire life. Make it a place you want to live. What will you nurture today? Affirm it. I choose what I nurture. Number 3, the permission you've been waiting for. You've been waiting for permission. Permission to rest when you're tired. Permission to say no without a long explanation. Permission to choose yourself without feeling guilty. Permission to want more, to dream bigger, to take up space. You've been standing at the door of your own life, waiting for someone to tell you it's okay to walk through. Here's what you need to hear. You don't need anyone's permission to love yourself. You don't need to earn it. You don't need to wait until you're thinner, richer, more successful, or more together. You don't need your parents' approval, your partner's validation, or society's stamp of worthiness. The permission you've been waiting for can only come from one person, you. Self-love is radical permission. It's giving yourself the green light to exist as you are, to need what you need, to feel what you feel. It's releasing yourself from the prison of other people's expectations. It's understanding that you're allowed to change your mind, change your path, change your life, even if it disappoints someone else. Think about how much energy you've spent seeking approval, adjusting your personality to fit in, dimming your light so others feel comfortable, apologizing for having boundaries, sacrificing your peace to keep the peace, putting yourself last on an endless list of everyone else's needs. This isn't noble, this isn't love, this is self-abandonment dressed up as virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. We give strangers more authority over our worth than we give ourselves. We let one critical comment outweigh 100 compliments. We change who we are based on who's watching, and in the process, we lose ourselves completely." Self-love says, I give myself permission to disappoint people, not because I want to hurt anyone, but because I cannot twist myself into shapes that betray my truth just to make others comfortable. I give myself permission to be imperfect, to be a work in progress, to not have it all figured out. I give myself permission to rest without productivity, to eat without guilt, to take up space without apologizing. This permission extends to your emotions too. You're allowed to be sad without needing to explain why. You're allowed to be angry without being told you're overreacting. You're allowed to be joyful without waiting for the other shoe to drop. Your feelings are valid simply because you're feeling them. They don't need to make sense to anyone else. They don't need to be justified or rationalized. They're yours, and they're real, and that's enough. You're also allowed to change. The person you were 5 years ago doesn't have to be the person you are today. You can outgrow relationships, careers, cities, and versions of yourself. You can decide that something you once wanted no longer serves you. Growth isn't betrayal. Evolution isn't failure. Self-love means giving yourself permission to become who you're meant to be, even if it means leaving behind who you used to be. And here's the permission that might be hardest to accept. You're allowed to put yourself first sometimes, not in a selfish, harmful way, but in a necessary, life-giving way. You're allowed to say, I can't help with that right now because I need to take care of myself. You're allowed to skip the event because you're exhausted. You're allowed to end the conversation because it's draining your energy. You're allowed to choose your peace over people-pleasing. This doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you a healthy person. It makes you someone who understands that you can't serve from an empty vessel. It makes you someone who respects themselves enough to protect their energy. And ironically, when you give yourself this permission, you become more available for the people and things that truly matter. Not out of obligation, but out of genuine love and overflow. Stop waiting for the world to tell you it's okay to love yourself. The world is busy, distracted, and dealing with its own pain. Your permission slip isn't coming from out there. It's already inside you, waiting to be signed. Today, sign it. Give yourself full, unconditional permission to honor your needs, respect your limits, and love yourself fiercely. You are allowed to be your own priority. Starting now, you don't need anyone's approval. Declare it. I release all guilt. Number 4, the voice that shapes your world. There's a voice that follows you everywhere. It's the first voice you hear in the morning and the last one before sleep. It comments on everything you do, every choice you make, every reflection you see. It's been with you longer than any friend, any relationship, any job. It's the voice inside your head, your inner voice. And the question you need to ask yourself today is, would you let anyone else speak to you the way you speak to yourself? Most of us wouldn't tolerate a friend who constantly criticized us, pointed out every flaw, reminded us of every failure, and told us we'd never be enough. We'd walk away from that relationship without hesitation. Yet we allow that exact voice to live rent-free in our minds, running commentary on our lives 24 hours a day. We let it tear us down, drain our confidence, and steal our peace. And we call it being realistic or staying humble. Self-love is taking back control of that voice. It's recognizing that the narrator of your life story doesn't have to be cruel. It can be kind. It can be encouraging. It can be honest without being brutal. It can push you to grow without crushing your spirit. The voice in your head is yours to shape, and shaping it is one of the most powerful acts of self-love you'll ever practice. Epictetus taught that we're disturbed not by events themselves, but by our views of them. Your inner voice creates those views. Two people can experience the same setback, but one tells themselves, "I'm a failure, I'll never succeed," while the other says, "This didn't work, but I learned something valuable." Same event, different voices, completely different outcomes. Your inner voice doesn't just describe your reality, it creates it. Think about a recent mistake you made. Now replay the conversation you had with yourself afterward. Were you compassionate, saying, "It's okay, everyone makes mistakes. What can I learn from this?" Or were you harsh, saying, "How could you be so stupid? You always mess things up"? That voice isn't telling you truth. It's telling you a story, and you get to decide if that story empowers you or destroys you. Changing your inner voice takes practice. It's like retraining a muscle that's been tense for years. You have to catch the negative thoughts as they arise. You have to pause and ask, is this helping me or hurting me? Is this true or just fear speaking? Would I say this to someone I love? And then you have to consciously choose a different response. When you look in the mirror and hear, "You look terrible," stop and reframe. "I'm tired today, and that's okay. My worth isn't determined by how I look." When you make a mistake and hear, "You're such an idiot," interrupt with, "I'm human. I'm learning. This doesn't define me." When you face a challenge and hear, "You can't do this," replace it with, "This is hard, but I've done hard things before." This isn't about lying to yourself or pretending problems don't exist. It's about speaking to yourself with the same respect, patience, and encouragement you'd offer someone you care about. It's about becoming your own best friend instead of your own worst enemy. Your inner voice also affects how you receive love from others. If you constantly tell yourself you're unworthy, you'll sabotage relationships because you won't believe anyone could genuinely love you. You'll dismiss compliments, push away affection, and create distance to protect yourself from the inevitable rejection you believe is coming. But when your inner voice is kind, when it reminds you of your worth, you can receive love without suspicion. You can accept kindness without waiting for the catch. Start monitoring your self-talk like it's the most important conversation you'll ever have. Because it is. Write down the cruel things you say to yourself. Look at them on paper. Would you say these things to a child, to your best friend, to anyone you love? If the answer is no, then why are you saying them to yourself? Begin replacing each harsh statement with a truthful, kind alternative. Not fake positivity, but genuine compassion. I'm behind everyone else becomes I'm on my own timeline, and that's perfectly okay. Nobody likes me becomes I'm still finding my people, and that takes time. I'm not good enough becomes I'm doing my best with what I have right now. Your inner voice is powerful beyond measure. It can lift you up or tear you down. It can open doors or close them. It can create possibility or limitation. Today, choose to make it a voice of love. Choose to make it a voice that believes in you, supports you, and reminds you of your strength when you forget. The conversation you have with yourself sets the tone for every other conversation in your life. Make it one worth having. Change the voice. Change your life. Comment, "My words create my world." Number 5. The boundaries that set you free. There's a word that might be hard for you to say. 2 letters, 1 syllable, a complete sentence. No. You've spent so much time saying yes. Yes to demands on your time. Yes to requests that drain you. Yes to people who take without giving. Yes to situations that hurt you. You've said yes when your whole body was screaming no. You've said yes out of guilt, obligation, fear of disappointing others, fear of being seen as selfish, fear of being left alone. Self-love is learning to say no without apology. It's understanding that boundaries aren't walls you build to keep people out. They're guidelines you create to keep yourself whole. They're the invisible lines that protect your energy, your peace, your time, and your heart. And without them, you become a doormat for everyone else's needs while your own go completely ignored. Think about your life right now. How many commitments are you keeping out of obligation rather than genuine desire? How many relationships are you maintaining that leave you feeling empty? How many conversations are you enduring that disrespect your values? How many times do you say, "I'm fine," when you're falling apart because you don't want to burden anyone? These are all signs that your boundaries are either too weak or non-existent. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." He understood that while you can't control what others do, you absolutely control how much access they have to you. You control whether you engage or disengage. You control whether you allow someone's chaos to become your chaos. You control the gate to your inner peace, and self-love means guarding that gate with wisdom. Healthy boundaries look like this: saying no to plans when you need rest, even if someone is disappointed. Ending phone calls that have turned toxic. Refusing to justify your decisions to people who aren't living your life. Not responding to every text immediately just because someone expects it. Taking time for yourself without explaining why. Leaving situations that make you feel small. These aren't acts of rudeness, they're acts of self-respect. But here's what stops most people from setting boundaries: guilt. You feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. You feel guilty for disappointing others. You feel guilty for not being everything to everyone all the time. That guilt has been planted in you by a culture that celebrates self-sacrifice and martyrdom. That guilt is a lie. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's necessary. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot give what you don't have. Setting boundaries will upset some people. That's not your problem to fix. People who are used to you having no boundaries will call you selfish when you start creating them. People who benefited from your people-pleasing will resist your growth. People who took advantage of your kindness will try to guilt you back into old patterns. Let them be upset. Their discomfort is not your responsibility. Your well-being is. Boundaries also mean knowing when to walk away. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Not every job deserves your loyalty. Not every argument is worth having. Self-love is recognizing when something is consistently harmful and having the courage to release it. Staying in situations that deplete you isn't loyalty, it's self-betrayal. You're allowed to outgrow people, places, and versions of yourself. Start small if boundaries feel scary. Practice saying, "Let me think about it," instead of immediately saying yes. Practice saying, "That doesn't work for me," without offering a long explanation. Practice putting your phone on silent when you need peace. Practice leaving events early if you're exhausted. Each small boundary you set builds your confidence to set bigger ones. Remember, boundaries aren't about controlling others. They're about respecting yourself. You're not telling people what to do. You're informing them what you will and won't accept. You're not punishing anyone. You're protecting your peace. You're not being mean. You're being clear. And clarity, even when it's uncomfortable, is an act of love for yourself and for others. The people who truly love you will respect your boundaries. They might need time to adjust, but they'll honor them. The people who get angry at your boundaries were benefiting from you having none. Let that be information. Let that guide your decisions. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth, not people who resent your healing. Your time, energy, and peace are precious. They're limited resources. Self-love means treating them that way. It means being selective about where you invest them. It means understanding that every yes to something that drains you is a no to something that could fulfill you. Set the boundaries, guard them fiercely, watch your life transform, protect your peace. Drop this truth. No is a complete sentence. Number 6. The seasons of your becoming. Nature doesn't apologize for its seasons. Winter doesn't feel guilty for being cold and quiet. Spring doesn't rush its blossoms. Summer doesn't apologize for its heat. Autumn doesn't feel shame as its leaves fall. Each season knows its purpose, honors its rhythm, and trusts the cycle. Yet somehow you've forgotten that you're part of nature too. You've forgotten that you're allowed to have seasons. Self-love is honoring the season you're in right now. Maybe you're in winter, a time of rest, withdrawal, inner work. Everything feels dormant. You're not producing, not achieving, not shining the way you think you should. And society tells you that's wrong, that you should always be in summer, always blooming, always bright. But winter is necessary. Winter is when roots grow deeper. Winter is when healing happens beneath the surface where nobody can see. Or maybe you're in spring, emerging from darkness, trying new things, feeling hope again, but also vulnerability. You're not fully bloomed yet. You're tender, fragile, still figuring things out. And you're comparing yourself to people in their full summer, wondering why you're not there yet. But spring doesn't skip steps, neither should you. Every season has its own timeline, its own wisdom, its own beauty. Perhaps you're in autumn, letting things go, releasing what no longer serves you, making space for what's next. Endings are happening, relationships, jobs, versions of yourself are falling away like leaves, and it hurts. It feels like loss. But autumn isn't failure. Autumn is preparation. You're not dying. You're making room for new growth. You're not losing yourself. You're finding yourself by releasing what was never truly yours. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Everything is only for a day, both that which remembers and that which is remembered. Nothing stays the same. You will not always feel this way. This season, whether beautiful or brutal, is temporary. Self-love is trusting the cycle, even when you can't see what's coming next. Your problem isn't the season you're in. Your problem is fighting it. You're in winter but demanding summer productivity from yourself. You're in spring but angry that you're not in full bloom. You're in autumn but resisting the necessary endings. You're exhausting yourself trying to be in a season you're not in, instead of honoring where you actually are. Self-love asks, what does this season need from me? If you're in winter, it needs rest. It needs stillness. It needs you to stop forcing growth and start allowing recovery. Stop calling it laziness. Stop feeling guilty for slowing down. Your body and soul are doing important work in the quiet. Honor it. If you're in spring, it needs patience. It needs you to celebrate small beginnings instead of demanding instant results. Stop comparing your chapter 3 to someone else's chapter 20. Stop rushing the process. New things are fragile. Give them time and gentleness to grow strong. If you're in summer, it needs you to shine without apology. It needs you to stop dimming your light because someone else feels threatened by it. Stop playing small. This is your time to bloom fully, to share your gifts, to live out loud. Don't waste your summer hiding. If you're in autumn, it needs your courage to let go. It needs you to trust that releasing what's dead isn't giving up. It's making space. Stop clinging to relationships, jobs, or identities that have run their course. Stop being afraid of the empty spaces. They won't stay empty. They're just transitioning. And here's the truth that will change everything. You'll cycle through all these seasons multiple times in your life. Sometimes in years, sometimes in months, sometimes even in weeks. You might be in summer in your career, but winter in your relationships. You might be in spring emotionally, but autumn spiritually. You're complex, you're layered. You're allowed to be in multiple seasons at once. Stop judging yourself by someone else's season. Their summer doesn't mean your winter is wrong. Their autumn doesn't mean your spring is too slow. Every person is on their own cycle, and comparison destroys the beauty of where you are. The tree doesn't envy the flower. The ocean doesn't resent the mountain. Nature celebrates diversity of timing. So should you. Ask yourself today, what season am I in? Not where society says I should be, not where I wish I was. Where am I actually? And what does this season need from me? Rest, patience, boldness, release. Give yourself what this moment requires. Trust that this season has purpose. Trust that another season is coming. Trust that you're exactly where you need to be, learning exactly what you need to learn. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're not doing it wrong. You're in your season. Honor it. Trust it. Let it teach you. And when it's time, you'll naturally move into the next one. That's not just growth. That's self-love in its most natural, beautiful form. Trust your timing. Affirm below, I trust my season. Number 7. The wounds that made you wiser. You carry scars that nobody sees, wounds from words that cut deeper than any blade, bruises from betrayals that still ache when certain memories surface, pain from moments when you were too much for some people and not enough for others. You've been hurt in ways that changed you, shaped you, marked you, and somewhere along the way, you started believing that these wounds made you damaged, broken, less than, unworthy of love. Self-love is rewriting that story. It's looking at your scars and seeing survival instead of shame. It's recognizing that you're not broken. You're broken open. Those cracks you're trying to hide, they're where the light gets in. They're where wisdom entered. They're proof that you've lived, you've felt, you've endured, and you're still here, still standing, still trying, still worthy. Your wounds don't make you weak. They make you human. They make you deep. They make you capable of compassion that shallow people will never understand. You know what pain feels like, so you recognize it in others. You know what it means to fall apart, so you can sit with someone else's breaking without fear. You know darkness, so you truly appreciate light. Your wounds gave you depth, empathy, and strength you wouldn't have otherwise. But here's where self-love gets challenging. You have to stop using your wounds as weapons against yourself. Stop letting past pain justify present self-destruction. Stop saying, "I was hurt, so I don't deserve good things." Stop using your trauma as permission to mistreat yourself. Yes, terrible things happened. Yes, people failed you. Yes, you experienced pain that wasn't your fault. But continuing to punish yourself for what others did to you isn't justice. It's just more pain. Seneca wrote, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." Your wounds happened in the past, but you keep reopening them with your thoughts. You replay the betrayals, you rehearse the rejections, you relive the moments you wish you could change. And each time you do, you wound yourself again. Self-love is choosing to let the past stay in the past. Not because it didn't matter, but because you matter more. This doesn't mean pretending the pain didn't happen. It doesn't mean forgiving people who hurt you if you're not ready. It doesn't mean toxic positivity or spiritual bypassing. It means acknowledging what happened and then making a conscious choice. Will I let this define me, or will I let it refine me? Will I stay stuck in victim mode, or will I step into survivor mode? You've been telling yourself a story about your wounds. Maybe it's, "I'm unlovable because my parents didn't show me love." Or, "I'll never trust again because I was betrayed." Or, "I'm not enough because someone chose someone else." These stories feel true because they're backed by real pain. But feelings aren't facts. Just because someone failed to love you properly doesn't mean you're unlovable. Just because you were betrayed doesn't mean everyone will betray you. Just because you weren't someone's choice doesn't mean you're not worthy of being chosen. Self-love is separating what happened to you from who you are. You are not your trauma. You are not your worst moment. You are not the sum of people's failures to see your worth. You are a soul who experienced hardship and kept going anyway. That's not damage. That's courage. Start treating your wounds with the tenderness they deserve. Stop poking at them to see if they still hurt. Stop showing them to people who have no capacity to hold them with care. Stop expecting yourself to be over them on some arbitrary timeline. Healing isn't linear. Some days you'll feel strong. Some days old wounds will ache like they're fresh. Both days are part of the journey. Both versions of you deserve compassion. Your wounds also taught you what you won't tolerate anymore. They showed you what you need and what you don't. They revealed who's safe and who's not. They gave you boundaries written in scar tissue. Honor that wisdom. Don't let anyone convince you to lower your standards just because they're uncomfortable with the boundaries your pain taught you to set. And here's the most powerful truth. Your wounds can become your medicine. The things that broke you can become the things that make you a healer for others. Your story of survival can give someone else hope. Your scars can show someone else that healing is possible. Your willingness to keep loving yourself after being hurt can inspire someone to do the same. You are not defined by what happened to you. You are defined by how you chose to rise after it happened. And choosing to love yourself despite the wounds, despite the scars, despite the pain. That's not just healing, that's heroic. You survived. You're stronger. Comment, I turned pain into power. Number 8. The person you're still becoming. You're not finished yet. You're not a completed project. You're not supposed to have it all figured out by now. You're a person in progress, a story still being written, a masterpiece still being painted. And somewhere along the way, you started treating yourself like a final product instead of an ongoing process. You started judging yourself harshly for not being perfect, for not being further along, for not being the person you thought you'd be by this age. Self-love is giving yourself permission to still be becoming. It's understanding that growth doesn't have a deadline. It's accepting that you'll make mistakes tomorrow, learn new things next week, and discover parts of yourself next year that you didn't even know existed. You're allowed to be unfinished. You're allowed to be figuring it out as you go. You're allowed to evolve, change directions, start over, and surprise yourself with who you're capable of becoming. Think about who you were 5 years ago. Different, right? Maybe you believed things you no longer believe. Maybe you tolerated things you'd never tolerate now. Maybe you were quieter, louder, harder, softer. You've changed because you've lived. You've grown because you've experienced. And 5 years from now, you'll be different again. That's not failure. That's life. That's the whole point. Yet you beat yourself up for not being consistent, for changing your mind, for wanting different things than you wanted before. You apologize for evolving as if growth is something to be ashamed of. But Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Every experience you have is an opportunity to become wiser, stronger, more yourself. Every challenge is reshaping you. Every lesson is refining you. You're not the same person who started reading this, and that's beautiful. Self-love means celebrating the person you're becoming instead of mourning who you used to be. It means getting excited about your potential instead of being frustrated by your current limitations. Yes, you have work to do. Yes, you have patterns to break. Yes, you have healing ahead of you. But that doesn't make you broken. It makes you alive. Dead things don't grow. Stagnant things don't change. The fact that you're still becoming means you're still breathing, still trying, still here. Stop comparing your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel. You see their finished product and compare it to your rough draft. You see their chapter 20 and compare it to your chapter 5. You see their years of practice and compare it to your first attempt. That's not fair to you. That's not realistic. That's not how growth works. Every expert was once a beginner. Every success story had countless failures. Every person you admire had moments of doubt, confusion, and feeling completely lost. The difference isn't that they're better than you. The difference is they kept going. They kept becoming. They gave themselves permission to be imperfect while working toward improvement. You're allowed to be a beginner at 40. You're allowed to try new things at 60. You're allowed to change careers, change cities, change your entire life at any age. You're allowed to discover passions you didn't know you had. You're allowed to admit you were wrong about something and choose differently now. You're allowed to surprise yourself and everyone who thought they had you figured out. Self-love is protecting your becoming. It's saying no to people who want to keep you in the box of who you used to be. It's setting boundaries with those who feel threatened by your growth. It's walking away from relationships that only valued the old version of you. It's choosing environments that encourage your evolution instead of punishing it. Your becoming is sacred. It's ongoing. It's never too late and never complete. Today, you're becoming someone who loves themselves more. Tomorrow, you'll become someone who knows themselves deeper. Next year, you'll become someone you can't even imagine yet. And that's the adventure of being alive. That's the gift of being human. You get to keep becoming for as long as you're breathing. Stop waiting to love yourself until you're better. Stop postponing kindness toward yourself until you've achieved more. Stop treating yourself harshly because you're not where you thought you'd be. Love yourself now, in this unfinished state. Love yourself while you're learning. Love yourself while you're growing. Love yourself in the messy middle of becoming. Because here's the truth. There is no final version of you. There's only this moment's version, and it deserves your love. You deserve your love. Not someday when you're perfect. Not later when you've figured it all out. Now, today, exactly as you are, even while you're becoming something more. The caterpillar doesn't hate itself for not being a butterfly yet. It trusts the process. It honors the stage it's in. It becomes what it's meant to become in the right time. You're in your cocoon right now, transforming in ways you can't see yet. Stop judging the process. Trust it. Love yourself through it. And watch who you become when you finally give yourself that grace. You're not finished. You're becoming. Right. I'm evolving, not failing. Number 9. The love that starts with you. Everything changes when you realize that the love you've been seeking has been inside you all along. You've been searching for it in other people's words, in achievements, in validation, in likes and comments and external proof that you matter. You've been knocking on every door except the one that leads to your own heart. You've been asking everyone else to fill a space that only you can fill. Self-love isn't selfish. It's the foundation. It's the starting point for every other kind of love in your life. You cannot truly love others if you don't love yourself, because you'll constantly need them to prove your worth. You'll cling instead of connect. You'll demand instead of share. You'll drain instead of nourish. Love that comes from an empty well isn't love. It's desperation disguised as devotion. When you love yourself, you stop looking for someone to complete you because you realize you're already whole. You stop needing constant reassurance because you've learned to reassure yourself. You stop seeking validation because you've learned to validate your own experience. You become full, and from that fullness, you can genuinely give to others without expecting them to fill your voids. Think about how you treat people you love. You're patient with them. You forgive their mistakes. You celebrate their wins. You comfort them in pain. You believe in them when they doubt themselves. You see their potential even when they can't. Now ask yourself, when was the last time you treated yourself that way? When was the last time you were your own best friend instead of your harshest critic? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What we do now echoes in eternity." Every moment you choose self-love over self-criticism, you're creating a new echo. You're rewriting the story. You're building a different relationship with yourself, one that will affect every other relationship you have. When you love yourself, you teach others how to love you. When you respect yourself, you show others where your boundaries are. When you honor yourself, you attract people who will honor you too. Self-love means showing up for yourself the way you've shown up for everyone else. It means keeping the promises you make to yourself. It means not canceling on your own needs every time someone else needs something. It means treating your goals with the same seriousness you treat other people's emergencies. It means being as loyal to yourself as you've been to people who didn't deserve it. It means feeding yourself nourishing food, not because you need to look a certain way, but because your body deserves fuel that makes it feel good. It means moving your body in ways that feel joyful, not punishing. It means resting when you're tired without guilt. It means saying kind words to your reflection. It means celebrating your small victories. It means forgiving yourself for yesterday and trusting yourself with tomorrow. Self-love is also knowing when to ask for help. It's recognizing that you don't have to carry everything alone. It's understanding that reaching out isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's being brave enough to say, "I'm not okay," and trusting that you're still worthy of support. It's letting people in while maintaining boundaries. It's accepting love from others while not depending on it to define you. The most powerful thing you'll ever do is choose yourself. Not in a selfish way that harms others, but in a self-preserving way that honors your worth. Choose yourself when everyone expects you to choose them. Choose yourself when it's uncomfortable. Choose yourself when it's scary. Choose yourself when you're unsure if you deserve it. Because you do. You always have. You always will. Self-love transforms everything. It changes how you walk into rooms. It changes what you tolerate and what you refuse. It changes the types of people you attract. It changes your goals, your standards, your entire trajectory. When you love yourself, you stop living small to make others comfortable. You stop apologizing for existing. You stop dimming your light. You take up your space, speak your truth, and live your life on your terms. And the beautiful paradox is this: the more you love yourself, the more love you have to give, not less, more. Because love isn't a finite resource that runs out when you use it on yourself. It's infinite. It multiplies. It overflows. When your cup is full, you naturally pour into others without resentment, without depletion, without keeping score. Today, make the choice. Choose to be the love you've been waiting for. Choose to be the voice of encouragement you've needed. Choose to be the safe space you've been seeking. Choose to be your own hero, your own comfort, your own home. Because you are worth every ounce of love you've been giving away. You are worth the effort, the patience, the grace, the devotion. The love that changes your life doesn't start out there. It starts right here with you, choosing yourself over and over again until it becomes your nature. The search ends here. Declare it. I am my own home. You made it. You stayed through every word, every truth, every mirror held up to your soul. That alone is an act of self-love. You chose to be here. You chose to listen. You chose to consider that maybe, just maybe, you deserve the love you've been giving everyone else. Self-love isn't a destination you reach. It's a daily practice. Some days it'll feel easy, natural, like breathing. Other days it'll feel impossible, like swimming against the current. On those hard days, come back to this message. Let these words remind you of who you are and what you deserve. You are worthy, not because of what you do, not because of what you achieve, not because of how others see you. You're worthy because you exist, because you're here, breathing, trying, growing. That's enough. You're enough. Start today. Start now. Look at yourself with softer eyes. Speak to yourself with kinder words. Make choices that honor your peace. Set boundaries that protect your energy. Forgive yourself for being human. Celebrate yourself for surviving. Love yourself through the becoming. The world needs you whole, not broken. It needs you rested, not burned out. It needs you loving yourself so you can love others from a place of overflow instead of depletion. Your self-love isn't selfish. It's necessary. It's revolutionary. It's the most important relationship you'll ever build. So before you go, do one more thing for me. Hit that like button if this message touched your soul. Drop a comment with your favorite point or the affirmation that hit home. Share this video with someone who needs this reminder today. And subscribe to this channel for more daily motivation that will keep you growing, healing, and loving yourself more each day. You are loved. You are worthy. You are enough. Now go out there and live like you believe it. I want you to drop this affirmation in the comments. I choose self-love every single day.